Chapter 1. The homeland of the Sumerians and the discovery of their civilization. Before modern archaeologists dug it up, local people had no idea about the great Sumerian culture. They saw old inscribed objects as magic items and often sold them at markets with no knowledge of their true worth. At this point, no one knew the history of Sumer was hidden under mounds called tells. Section 1. Mesopotamia means land between the rivers in Greek. It refers to the area between the Euphrates and Tigris rivers. It covers modern Iraq and parts of Iran, Syria, and Turkey. The Sumerians created the first civilization here 6,500 years ago. Mesopotamia has two different areas, north and south. The south has marshes and flat plains. Here, cities grew along rivers and canals. Resources were scarce, so trade was very important. The north has mountains and fertile plains with good rainfall and rivers. People farmed there and used timber, metals, and stone from the mountains. The southern part was called Babylonia in ancient times. The very south was Sumer. Thousands of years ago, a group of non-local, non-Semitic people moved there, settled, and built the civilization. They were called Sumerians by the local Akkadians, but no one seems to know where they came from. The north of Babylonia was Akkad, home to Semitic-speaking Akkadians. Their border was around the holy city of Nippur. Mesopotamia had plenty of farm products, including grains, like barley, wheat and millet, vegetables, meat, mostly beef and mutton, dairy, leather, wool and flax. Barley grew well in salty soil and was the main crop. It was used to make the world's first beer and flatbread. Sesame gave oil, and dates were a popular food. Date palms thrived in the hot climate with irrigation. Local resources were limited. Rivers provided fish and reeds for mats, baskets, boats and houses. But there was little good timber or stone, only limestone and one type of marble. No metal deposits existed nearby. Ancient people used asphalt from oil for glue, waterproofing boats and buildings, art, molds, fuel and medicine. They imported copper from Iran, Caucasus, Anatolia, Cyprus and Oman, tin from Iran and Afghanistan, silver from Turkey, gold from Egypt to India, and hard stones, gems and timber from mountains in Lebanon and elsewhere. Transport was mostly by water on the rivers and canals. Land travel used donkeys or camels, but mud and floods made it hard. Trade routes connected Mesopotamia to other areas. One went west through deserts to Syria and the Mediterranean. A safer, longer route went north along the Tigris, then west to Syria. Routes east crossed mountain passes into Iran. A southern route went through Elam. A key sea route was the Persian Gulf, bringing goods from Dilmun, Bahrain, Magan, and Meluha, possibly India or Africa. Mesopotamia's position in the middle of trade networks gave Sumerian civilization a strong commercial nature from the start. In the 18th century, European travelers explored the Tigris and Euphrates areas. Many were drawn by Bible stories like the Garden of Eden, Tower of Babel, and Abraham leaving Ur, plus accounts from Greek and Roman writers. The main ancient source was Herodotus's book, 5th century BCE. He wrote about Persia, Neo-Babylonia, and Egypt, but his Babylon info was mostly hearsay and inaccurate. He knew nothing about Sumerians or early Babylonians and Assyrians. In 401 BCE, Greek writer Xenophon passed Nineveh's ruins without knowing it was Assyria's capital. Later, Strabo said Babylon was abandoned. By 299 CE, a Roman emperor saw its ruins. By this time, Cuneiform script had vanished, and no one could read it. Ancient cities grew higher over time as rubbish piled up and new buildings were built on top. After destruction, sand covered them, forming mounds. People forgot these were old cities. In medieval times, traveller Benjamin of Tudela saw Nineveh's mound in the 12th century. From the 17th century, Europeans visited mounds. In 1625, Italian Pietro della Valle identified Babylon and Ur sites and brought inscribed bricks to Europe. In 1700, these inscriptions were named cuneiform. In 1761 to 1767, Danish expedition leader Carsten Niebuhr copied inscriptions at Persepolis. Later visitors included French abbot de Beauchamp, British consul Claudius James Rich, who mapped Babylon in 1813, and others. They surveyed sites and collected items, but did little digging. Large-scale excavations started in the 1840s. In 1842, French consul Paul-Émile Botta dug at Khorsabad and found Assyrian king Sargon II's palace, complete with huge winged bull statues, reliefs and inscriptions. This amazed Europeans. In 1845, British Austin Henry Layard excavated Nimrud and Nineveh, uncovering palaces of Assyrian kings with rich finds. From 1849, he and Rawlinson found many clay tablets at Nineveh. In 1877, French archaeologist Ernest de Sarzec dug at Tello, revealing the first Sumerian city, Girsu. In 1897 and 1912, the French team at Susa, near Mesopotamia, found Akkadian and Elamite items, including Hammurabi's code stela. Layard, an adventure lover, dug for 6 years at Nimrud and Nineveh, finding palaces of kings Ashurnasirpal II and Sennacherib. He sent statues and reliefs to the British Museum, making Assyrian art popular. His assistant Hormuzd Rassam later found Ashurbanipal's palace with lion hunt reliefs and bronze gate panels at Balawat. British and French teams split Nineveh, but Rassam secretly dug in the French part overnight and found Ashurbanipal's palace first. At Khorsabad, later French digs under Victor Place found reliefs, but bandits attacked the rafts on the river, sinking many treasures. Over 30 years of frequent digs by French and British archaeologists suddenly showed the world that Mesopotamia had a rich ancient civilization, just like Greece and Egypt. The Babylonian and Assyrian empires were now seen as great civilizations equal to China, Greece and Egypt. This culture had been forgotten for about 2,000 years after its sudden end. Its rediscovery was a huge success for modern scholarship. However, these 19th century excavations were from archaeology's early, heroic age. Pioneers like Botta, Layard, de Sarzec, Loftus and Smith were untrained amateurs, adventurers and treasure hunters. Their main goal was to find artworks and texts such as statues, reliefs, stone inscriptions and clay tablets. This focus on valuable items meant they ignored mud brick buildings and broken pottery, damaging site layers and ordinary objects. Despite these flaws, these brave pioneers opened the way to rediscover Mesopotamia's brilliant civilization through digging. Ever since cuneiform inscriptions from Iran reached Europe, scholars tried to read this unknown script. In 1778, German scholar Carsten Niebuhr noticed that short inscriptions at Persepolis were written in 3 different types of cuneiform, later known as Babylonian, Elamite and Persian. The first type was alphabetic, with 42 signs read left to right, like Western writing. European experts had already studied ancient Persian texts and knew the royal title formula. So-and-so, great king, king of kings, son of so-and-so. In 1802, 27-year-old German teacher Grotefend guessed that the simplest cuneiform group was Persian phonetic script containing a king's name and titles. He used the known formula for King Xerxes, Xerxes, king of kings, son of King Darius, to match sounds and figure out the values of signs. This gave the first successful reading. He correctly read the sounds for names of 3 Persian kings and words like king and son, proving it was phonetic Persian cuneiform. By 1851, 11 scholars together worked out the sounds of 41 signs and a word divider in Persian cuneiform. But these short royal inscriptions gave too little information to understand Old Persian words or grammar fully. They also could not use them to decipher the other 2 more complex cuneiform types or the many clay tablets dug up in Mesopotamia. In 1835, 33 years after Grotefend's work on Persian cuneiform, 25-year-old British officer Henry Rawlinson became military advisor in a Kurdish area of Persia. He is known as the father of cuneiform for his key role in deciphering Persian, Babylonian, and Elamite scripts. Rawlinson loved Eastern civilizations. While working for the East India Company, he taught himself modern Persian and other languages. At first, he did not know about Grotefend's results. On his own, he figured out a Persian king's name in a cuneiform inscription from Ecbatana. Soon he found a huge rock inscription at Behistun in Iran's Zagros Mountains. It was on a cliff 520 meters above a town, along a major road between Mesopotamia and Iran. The rock face was steep and smooth, rising 104 meters. The relief showed Persian King Darius stepping on a rebel king with 8 other chained rebels. Around it were long inscriptions in 3 kinds of cuneiform. Like shorter texts at Persepolis, this was the same message in 3 scripts: Old Persian, Elamite, and Babylonian, Akkadian. Copying all 3 and deciphering the simplest Persian part was the key to unlocking the harder ones. From 1835, Rawlinson risked his life many times to copy the inscription. The surface was slippery from an old protective coating. He climbed to the bottom part and copied it. For higher sections, he used ladders or hung from ropes lowered from the top. Between 1835 and 1837, he copied 200 lines of the Persian text. Using known historical sources, he read hundreds of place names and worked out all 40-plus signs of Persian cuneiform. He learned it was Darius's record of crushing rebellions and becoming king. In 1844, he copied the 263 lines of Elamite cuneiform. In 1847, he returned for the hardest part, the 112-line Babylonian text at the top. He hired a local boy who climbed across the rock, hammered wedges into cracks, tied a rope, and hung in the air to make paper rubbings while Rawlinson shouted instructions from below. After copying the full Behistun inscription, Rawlinson used the readable Old Persian part to compare the other 2 scripts. He found that Elamite cuneiform had over 100 signs, while Akkadian cuneiform had hundreds. Akkadian signs were complex. One sign could have several sounds, and many signs worked as both word symbols and sound symbols. Rawlinson showed that the Akkadian language of ancient Mesopotamia was Semitic, related to modern Arabic. His published Behistun text became a key tool for scholars to decipher cuneiform. In 1851, he released the reading and translation of the Akkadian part, plus the values and meanings of 246 signs. This basically unlocked the Semitic Akkadian cuneiform of Mesopotamia. As thousands of inscribed statues, reliefs, and clay tablets arrived in European museums, scholars in many countries worked in libraries to read the scripts. Finds from Susa showed the second script was Elamite, used by ancient Iranians. Besides Rawlinson, the top early experts were Edward Hincks, Irish-British clergyman, and Jules Oppert, French linguist. By 1857, scholars could read all three types: Akkadian, Elamite, and Persian. To prove the decipherment was reliable, the Royal Asiatic Society in 1857 sent a new unread cuneiform text to 4 experts: Rawlinson, Hincks, Oppert, and Fox Talbot. They each translated it separately. When compared, the 4 translations matched closely. This test established cuneiform studies as a real academic field, called Assyriology, named after the first discovered ruins in Assyria. In 1850, Hincks noticed some signs in Akkadian texts were not Semitic, but from another language. Rawlinson agreed while studying Nineveh tablets. Some parts were non-Semitic with Akkadian translations beside them. In 1869, Oppert realized this non-Semitic language belonged to the Sumerians, an earlier people from southern Mesopotamia who invented cuneiform and started the civilization. The Semitic Akkadians learned the script from Sumerians and used it for their own language. After conquering the Sumerians, Akkadian cuneiform became the main script. Some scholars doubted the Sumerians existed, but in 1877, de Sarzec dug the Sumerian city of Girsu, Tello, and found only Sumerian inscriptions and tablets there. Then everyone accepted that the Sumerians and their language were real. By 1900, even with some word and grammar questions left, scholars had basically deciphered Sumerian cuneiform, the original form of the script. Modern people could now read ancient Mesopotamian documents and understand the full story of this great civilization's rise, growth and fall, plus its gifts to humanity. Today, museums worldwide hold over 250,000 clay tablets written on both sides, plus more than 1,000 stone or metal inscriptions. New tablets are still found in digs in Iraq and nearby countries. In the past, locals often looted sites and sold tablets to Western museums and collectors, ruining layers of history. The Iraqi government has now largely stopped this. At the start of the 20th century, German digs at Babylon began scientific archaeology. Architect Robert Koldewey led careful excavations at Babylon, 1897 to 1917, and Walter Andre at Asher, 1903 to 1914. They dug layer by layer, recorded exact find spots with notes and drawings, and rebuilt site history and object dates. Their methods spread worldwide and helped create modern archaeology. The 2 world wars paused work, but the years between them were the golden age of Mesopotamian archaeology. In the same period, British teams dug the Sumerian royal city of first H.R. Hall until 1922, then Leonard Woolley, 1922 to 1934, for the British Museum and University of Pennsylvania. In early royal tombs, they found stunning gold and silver art, plus large human and animal sacrifices. This revealed much about early Mesopotamian life and society. British digs at other sites like Ubaid, Nineveh, Arpachia, and Chagar Bazar also succeeded. At the same time, German Heinrich excavated Uruk, the center of early Mesopotamian society and states. There he found the earliest form of cuneiform, simple picture writing on clay and stone tablets. Starting December 14, 1933, French archaeologist André Parrot dug at Tel Hariri in Syria and discovered the ancient Semitic city of Mari. The site gave 25,000 clay tablets from the royal archives, mostly letters from the Mari royal family in the Old Babylonian period. Work stopped in 1939. New digs ran from 1951 to 1975, and a third round started in 1978 and continues today. After World War I, the United States also joined the excavations. American teams worked in Iraq at the prehistoric site of Tel Gara, the Hurrian city of Nutsi in the north, and several cities in the Diyala River area, including Eshnunna. They found many artifacts and texts. In this way, the main lost cities of Mesopotamian civilization were found one by one. The features and history of this civilization became clear. Chapter 2. Sumer, the pioneer that created the world of cuneiform writing. The Sumerians made the world's earliest writing by pressing pictographic signs into soft clay tablets with wooden styluses or reed pens. After writing, the tablets were sun-dried or fired, making them hard, unchangeable, and long-lasting. These clay tablet documents only break if smashed and do not rot. Mesopotamian scripts from over 5,000 years ago are among the oldest known writing systems. The earliest Sumerian pictographic clay and stone tablets come from sites like Uruk in the south and Jemdet Nazar near Kish. They date to the late Uruk period at the end of the 4th millennium BCE and were created by the Sumerians, founders of ancient Mesopotamian civilization. Southern Mesopotamia had plenty of reeds and clay, so the Sumerians used clay tablets and sharpened wooden sticks or reed pens as their writing tools. Section 1. The invention of Sumerian cuneiform, the simplification of the script, and its evolution. Sumerian writing started as picture signs, pictographs. Early signs show the beginnings of wedge shapes. The first writing recorded basic things such as types, amounts, owners, and sharing of farm and animal products. To write faster and make signs standard, the Sumerians kept simplifying them. After over 500 years, around 2600 BCE, in the city of Shuruppak, modern Farah, they made the first big change. Picture signs turned into cuneiform, rounded lines became clear wedge strokes, horizontal, vertical, slanting, and angled. In the 19th century BCE, the old Babylonians greatly simplified each sign's strokes in a second reform. By the 10th century BCE, in the northern Assyrian Empire, a third reform happened. Neo-Assyrian cuneiform became very simple and standard, but far from the original pictures. It split from Babylonian cuneiform. In the later Persian Empire, the script was simplified again and became purely syllabic, so it was no longer true cuneiform. Around 3100 BCE, Sumerians in southern Mesopotamia used writing to record grains and livestock. For barley, their main crop, scribes drew a barley plant on wet clay with a sharpened stick. This sign was read as she and was the earliest picture form. When farmers brought barley to the temple or government storehouses for festivals, sacrifices, or workers' food, scribes recorded the amounts received. They also recorded barley given out to priests, officials, and workers. The quantity was written with abstract number signs next to the barley sign. Mesopotamians measured grain and oil by volume using containers. The largest common unit was called gur. When scribes switched to a pointed stylus, the barley sign changed. Pressing the stylus into wet clay made each stroke start with a thick triangular head, like a small wedge. This is why the script is called cuneiform, wedge-shaped. The barley sign, she, became a group of wedge strokes. Early pictographs were written in small square boxes with no fixed order. Grid lines separated words. Boxes were arranged in columns from top to bottom, and columns went left to right. Later, signs were written in straight horizontal lines, read left to right like modern writing. Tablets have front and back sides, with lines read from top to bottom. Because the direction changed from vertical to horizontal, the original sign shapes were rotated 90 degrees to the left. Cuneiform signs also gained new functions. Mature Sumerian writing was mostly ideographic, using signs for ideas, with some phonetic signs for function words. Nouns, verbs, and adjectives were shown by ideograms. To keep the number of signs low, about 1,800 known, one sign often stood for several related words with different pronunciations. For example, one sign meant mouth, tooth, nose, to speak, or word, but was read differently. Ka, zu, kiri for, dug for, inim, depending on context. To tell apart different words that used the same meaning-based sign, scribes often added a phonetic sign, for sound, after it, or a meaning determinative, radical, before or after it. Most radicals go on the left of the phonetic part, a few go on the right. Some Sumerian words have many syllables and need two or more phonetic signs. They do not form one single compound sign. Examples: Id, Idigna, Tigris River. Id, water radical meaning on left plus Idigna, sound on right. Uz musen, goose. Uz sound on left plus musen, bird radical meaning on right. Sumerian is an agglutinative language. Word roots stay the same, and grammar is shown by adding prefixes, infixes, and suffixes. Nouns and verbs often look alike. Most words are one syllable, with one sign for one object or idea. Some meaning signs were also borrowed as pure sound signs. For example, the barley sign she usually means barley, but could spell sounds like she in words such as shiaku, string of fruit. After the Sumerians invented cuneiform, scribes used it for thousands of years to record daily life, such as temple work, trade, stories, myths, and letters. Many peoples in ancient Western Asia borrowed cuneiform to write their own languages. This included Semitic speakers, Akkadians, Babylonians, Assyrians, Canaanites, Indo-European speakers, Hittites, Persians, and others like Hurrians and Urartians. One example is an Urartian inscription on a stone stele from the kingdom of Urartu, 900 to 600 BCE in northern Mesopotamia. Cuneiform signs evolved, from rounded picture strokes to abstract square ones, and from detailed pictographs with many strokes to simpler abstract signs. Early Sumerian pictographs had rounded strokes, uneven sizes, many lines, and separate parts. In the Akkadian Empire, signs became standard and elegant, half picture and half writing. This was the most beautiful stage of cuneiform. In the Old Babylonian period, for faster writing, rounded strokes vanished and signs were greatly simplified. Royal stone inscriptions kept the old elegant style for beauty, as seen on Hammurabi's Code Stela. Daily writing used the new simple forms to write quicker. Simplification continued in later Babylonian and Assyrian times. In northern Assyria, final forms had fewer strokes and turned slanted lines into horizontal or vertical ones, moving far from the original pictures. Section 2. The mother of ancient West Asian civilizations, Sumerian cuneiform, the common script used by many countries. The Bible's Old Testament, Genesis 10:10-12 and chapter 11, links the origins of Near Eastern peoples to Mesopotamia, especially Sumer, called Shinar. It describes a river from Eden splitting into four: Pishon, through Havilah, rich in gold; Gihon, through Cush, Sudan and Ethiopia; third, Tigris, east of Assyria; fourth, Euphrates, Genesis 2:10-14. After the flood, Noah's sons who left the ark were Shem, Ham, father of Canaan, and Japheth. These three became ancestors of all peoples spread across the world. Genesis 9:18-27. Ham's sons were Cush, Sudan, Mizraim, Egypt, Put, possibly Punt on the Somali coast, and Canaan. Cush's descendants included Seba, Havilah, Sabta, Ramah, and Sabteka. Ramah's sons were Sheba and Dedan. Cush fathered Nimrod, possibly linked to Sumerian god Ninurta, the first great warrior and mighty hunter. People said, "May God make you a hunter like Nimrod." Nimrod's kingdom started in Babylon, Erech, Uruk, and Akkad, all in Shinar, Sumer. Later he went to Assyria and built Nineveh, its square, and Calah. 10:10-12. At that time everyone spoke one language. As people moved east, they settled in a plain in Shinar, Sumer. They made baked bricks and used asphalt for mortar. They planned to build a city and a tower reaching heaven to make a name and avoid scattering. God saw this and said, "If they stay, one people with one language, nothing will stop them." So God confused their languages so they could not understand each other. He scattered them across the earth, and they stopped building. The place was called Babel, Babylon, because God confused the languages there. 11:1-9. 1,000 years before the Old Testament, the Sumerian epic Enmerkar and the Lord of Aratta describes an ideal time of world unity. It shows a happy age without suffering or conflict, where all peoples spoke Sumerian and lived in peace. Lines 136-155 say, "In those days there were no dangerous animals, no fear or terror, and no rivalry among people." Lands like Subur, Hamazi, Sumer, Akkad, and Martu all spoke one language to god Enlil. The god Enki, lord of wisdom and protector of Sumer, changed the speech in people's mouths, making humanity speak one language. The epic paints an ideal world of great unity that Sumerians dreamed of. No fear from nature or enemies, plenty for everyone, all peoples worshipping god Enlil, and all speaking one language, Sumerian. It shows the idea that wherever civilization spreads, people share a common language. Archaeology confirms this. Ancient Near Eastern states all used the same script, Sumerian Cuneiform. The Sumerians early had a sense of the four quarters of the world, their known Near East. South, their own Sumer, between the Tigris and the Euphrates to the Persian Gulf. North-central, Akkad, Ki-Uri. Farther north, Subir, Subatu, Assyria and Anatolia. East, Hamazi, areas in modern Iran. West, Martu, Amorite lands between the Euphrates, the Mediterranean and the Arabian Peninsula. Their world stretched from the Armenian highlands north to the Persian Gulf south, and from the Iranian plateau east to the Mediterranean west. Historically, Akkadians, Elamites, Hamazi, Amorites, Martu, Assyrians and Hittites all borrowed Sumerian cuneiform signs to write their own languages and used Sumerian word signs for their vocabulary. So Sumerian script and language truly served as a shared written system in ancient West Asia. From the early 3rd millennium BCE, Sumerians, non-Semitic speakers who moved to southern Mesopotamia, lived with local Semitic Akkadians who were less advanced and followed Sumerian lead. The oldest known Akkadian inscriptions date to the Sumerian early dynastic period, circa 2700 to 2400 BCE. Around 2300 BCE, the Semitic king Sargon of Akkad conquered Sumerian cities and started using Sumerian cuneiform for his Semitic language called Akkadian. After the Akkadian Empire fell, Sumerians revived with the third dynasty of Ur. Many Semitic Amorite tribes entered Mesopotamia. Both Sumerian and Akkadian were used, but Sumerian was the official one. From the Isin dynasty onward, spoken Akkadian began replacing Sumerian. By the First Babylonian dynasty, 18th century BCE, with Amorites as rulers and main population, Akkadian fully replaced Sumerian as the common language and script. Sumerian became a classical language known only by scholars for advanced study. Through contact, Sumerians used their ideogram sounds to write Akkadian names and borrowed unknown Akkadian words. This turned some Sumerian ideograms into syllabic phonetic signs for spelling sounds. Akkadian cuneiform used these turned Sumerian signs to spell its language, but still kept many Sumerian word signs for matching Akkadian words and Sumerian determinatives to show word categories. It was a mixed script, phonetic for sounds and ideographic for words. But Akkadian had no pure phonetic symbols. Its syllabic signs could also mean whole words. Akkadian is East Semitic, related to Arabic. In the late 2nd millennium BCE, it became the common diplomatic language in the Near East. Even Egyptian pharaohs wrote to Asian kings in Akkadian. Akkadian borrowed Sumerian signs for its sounds, but Sumerian syllables could not perfectly match Semitic consonants. One sign often stood for several similar sounds, making reading require guesses. Later, Akkadian split into Southern Babylonian and Northern Assyrian dialects. Because cuneiform was complex and not precise for Semitic languages, from the 9th to the 7th centuries BCE, a simpler alphabetic script, Aramaic, spread among Semitic speakers in Mesopotamia and replaced Akkadian writing. The Persian Empire created a final cuneiform with only 41 simple syllabic signs plus a few ideograms. It was mostly phonetic and used only at court for about 200 years. By 332 BCE, with the empire's fall, the Greek alphabet took over. Some priests in cities like Uruk and Nippur kept using cuneiform into the Hellenistic and Parthian periods. But by the 1st century CE, it was gone. The Aramaic alphabet fully replaced it. Akkadian cuneiform, the longest used form, lasted from the 3rd millennium BCE to around the 1st century CE, about 3,000 years. Over time, Sumerians mixed into the Semitic population. The Semitic Hammurabi dynasty made Babylon the center of the south and inherited Sumerian civilization. Shamshi-Adad built Ashur as the northern center and founded the Assyrian Empire, also inheriting Sumerian culture. From then on, Mesopotamian civilization was known as Babylonian Assyrian, and the study of it is called Assyriology. Though Sumerian language and script died out, the great civilization it started lives on through the lasting clay tablets of cuneiform. Section 3. The immortal writing medium of cuneiform. Scribes were the educated people of ancient Mesopotamia and the main users of cuneiform. They trained from childhood to write the complex script. Their works survive in many types of documents: letters, royal inscriptions, math, astronomy, medicine, myths, epics, and more. This section covers some writing tools used by the Sumerians. The earliest cylinder printing technology, cylinder seals. Sumerian cylinder seals showed ownership, handling, and approval. They were small stone or metal cylinders with carved pictures of gods, people, animals, plants, or patterns on the side. Rolling the cylinder on wet clay printed a repeating pattern. Most seals also had the owner's name, father's name, and titles written on them. Some people without seals signed tablets by pressing a fingernail into the clay. The world's earliest school textbooks and exercise books. Sumerian scholars studied many fields and built foundations for later knowledge. In language, they made grammar tables showing awareness of rules, even without clear definitions. In math, they created tables, problems, and answers. They could skip steps and give direct results, suggesting they understood general rules. In natural sciences, teachers made long lists of words for trees, plants, animals, and stones. Sumerians also wrote early law codes with hundreds of rules, which later influenced works like Hammurabi's famous 282-article code in Akkadian. A clay tablet, now called a language textbook, was used by Mesopotamian teachers to teach students. The left side has a lesson, a hymn praising Akkadian king Sargon. The right side is a reading exercise with the cuneiform sign nish combined with other signs to make words like nish-gil, nish-gi-il, nish-shi-ish, and nish-shish. In the exercise, two words are shown in different spellings. Nish-gil means we seized and can be written as nish plus gil, 2 signs, or nish plus gi plus il, 3 signs. Nish-shish means we carried and can be written as nish plus shi plus ish, 3 signs, or nish plus shish, 2 signs. This helped students learn cuneiform signs. Such tablets were common school textbooks and practice tools for copying proverbs. A teacher, or older student, wrote a proverb on one side and the student copied it on the other side. Since the student could not see the original, it also worked as a test. Cuneiform writing appears on many objects, including stone slabs, doorposts, fired or sun-dried clay tablets, clay drums, multi-sided prisms, square bricks, cylinder seals, sculptures, and wall reliefs. Here are some main types. Prisms. These clay hexagonal prisms, like one from Nineveh, have cuneiform on all 6 sides. They record kings' battles, such as Assyrian King Sennacherib's conquests. Buried in palace or temple foundations, they told future repairers, or gods, about the builder's achievements. Clay drums. Inscribed clay drums were buried under new city walls. They recorded military and religious successes, like Persian King Cyrus conquering Babylon in 539 BCE. Rectangular clay tablets, used for economic records, administration, private letters, and contracts. Square clay tablets, often for receipts, like one recording Luning Shubur giving 8 shekels of silver, about 64 grams, to the royal palace. Clay tablet envelopes. Important tablets were placed inside a clay envelope. The envelope had the same text written on its outside. If someone suspected tampering, they could break open the envelope and compare the inside tablet. This prevented fraud and protected the original. If the envelope was damaged, the inside tablet restored the information. The envelope gave both physical and information protection, a clever Sumerian way to secure and back up documents. Inscribed square bricks. When building temples or palaces, kings had their name and titles stamped on bricks. This showed their authority and ownership. One example is from Neo-Babylonian king Nebuchadnezzar II, 6th century BCE, about building Babylon's great temple. Mathematical tablets. Ancient Mesopotamian math came from everyday needs. They used both decimal, base 10, and sexagesimal, base 60 systems together. Northern areas like Syria, Ebla, and Assyria preferred decimal. Southern Sumerians and Babylonians mainly used base 60. Key numbers were 1, 10, 60, 600, 3,600, 216,000, and their fractions like 1/10, 1/60,000th. Greeks and Arabs later spread base 60 to Europe. We still use it today for time, circles, and angles. Scribes needed strong number skills to count labor, products, income, and expenses daily. By the 7th century BCE, they could find square roots and cube roots. They used pi, found circle areas and cone volumes, and solved quadratic equations. Chapter 3. The Spirit and the Material World of the Sumerians, Sacrificial Center Cities, the Gods and Temples. In the 3rd millennium BCE Sumer, a cosmology and religious system full of ancient wisdom had already formed. Section 1. The Sumerian Pantheon. Archaeology shows Sumerians thought deeply about nature, the origin of the universe, and how it works. By the 3rd millennium BCE, they had a complete cosmology and religion. Mesopotamian religion began with the Sumerians, who built a god system like human society. They worshipped idols, gold statues or stone sculptures of gods decorated with gems. Since early thinking, people asked who created the world and keeps it running, leading to religion. Sumerians saw fate controlling nature and society like a heaven's mandate for past, present, and future. They noticed that while people rule cities, families, palaces, temples, and fields, many things are beyond human control. Birth, aging, illness, death, fall of states and cities, ruin of buildings, drying of farmland. These unchanging laws made them believe gods, beings with thought and language but far more powerful, manage the universe and human destiny. Gods are eternal and immortal, like the sky and stars. Everything runs by their will. Sumerians believed gods really existed. They looked human but wore horns for power, had super abilities, and lived forever. Each god handled part of the universe. People could not see their bodies, but saw them in stars, planets, sun, moon, Venus, Jupiter, and others, and natural laws. Gods ruled heaven, earth, sea, air, sun, moon, stars, wind, rain, frost, snow, mountains, rivers, canals, fields, and more. Sumerian religion was an ancient polytheism. People believed male and female gods, demons, and monsters controlled the world. Hundreds of gods, big and small, handled everyday matters, from rivers and trees to bread and pottery. Sumerians shaped their gods like human society, with ranks of high and low, noble and base. Gods were wise but could be confused, usually good but sometimes evil. Like humans, they felt love, hate, and jealousy. They ate, drank, argued, fought, could be punished or hurt, and might even die by going to the underworld. It was an idol worship religion. Each god lived in a temple, represented by gold statues or stone images decorated with gems. Lapis lazuli was used for gods' hair and beards. Gods had ranks because the universe and society do. Minor gods ruled small things like hoes or ditches. Major gods ruled big things like the sun or water sources. The 7 highest great gods linked to key natural forces: heaven, cosmos, air, human world, water, sun, moon, Venus, and the mother goddess of birth and life. Top gods included An, sky god, father of gods; Enlil, king of gods, ruler of air and human world; Enki, underground freshwater god of water, wisdom and magic; Nana, moon god, night master and protector, Utu, sun god of light, justice and law. Inanna, Venus, goddess of love, beauty, sex and reproduction, and Ninhursag, mother goddess of all birth and reproduction. An, Enlil and Enki were the three highest, ruling by fatherly power, kingship and wisdom. Each great god had a main city. An and Inanna were in Uruk, the oldest city-state. Enki was patron of Eridu and, as wisdom god, also controlled magic medicine, crafts, technology, arts and writing. Enlil's temple was in Nippur, which became the religious centre of Sumer and Akkad. His wife was worshipped nearby in Tumal, and his son Ninurta, war god, plus Nusku, fire god, stayed with him in Nippur. In Lagash's Girsu, Ninurta was called Ningirsu, Lord of Girsu. As kingship grew stronger than tribal elders, Enlil replaced An as top god and giver of earthly kingship. Nippur took over from Uruk as the main religious centre. Each city's main patron deity was called the city god. This god received the most worship in its city-state and was seen as the heavenly lord of the city's king. Large temples or temple areas were built in the city centre for the city god to live in. Priests performed many rituals to serve the god's family. The three great gods linked to celestial bodies, moon god Nanna, sun god Utu, and Venus goddess Inanna, were worshipped in several cities. Nanna was chief god of Ur, Gaesh, Urum, and Akshak. Inanna's main centres besides Uruk included Zabalam and Nineveh. Utu was chief god of Sippar and Larsa. Inanna's son Shara was in Umma, war god Zababa in Kish, and herding agriculture god Dumuzi was important in various places. Many smaller local temples served patron gods of professions and ordinary people. The chief gods of big city-states had wide influence. At the bottom were countless minor gods and demons of evil and disease. Even tools like ploughs and bricks had their own gods. When Akkadians entered Babylonia, they merged Semitic gods with Sumerian ones. Great gods then had both Sumerian and Akkadian names. Some purely Semitic gods, like Syrian Dagon and his wife Ishara, or Assyria's patron Asher, had no Sumerian names. In Babylonia, gods' status rose or fell with their cities. After Babylon unified Mesopotamia, Semitic sun god Shamash, law and justice, took on the role of Sumerian Utu. Semitic moon god Sin was equated with Nanna. Babylon's city god Marduk represented Jupiter, third brightest night object. Originally minor and linked to exorcism and medicine, Marduk rose under Hammurabi's dynasty as Babylon became capital. He replaced Enlil as king of the gods. Priests created Babylon's Genesis epic to raise his status, listing his 50 titles like fighter and creator. Later he was called Lord, Bel. Borsippa's city god was Mercury's Nabu, Marduk's son, who became god of writing and scribes. In Assyria, gods were mostly the same as Sumerian and Akkadian ones, but the city god Asher replaced Enlil as king of the gods during the Assyrian Empire. Sumerians believed the world had protective spirits, angels, and harmful spirits, devils. These spirits had human bodies with animal or bird heads. Monsters were mixes of beasts and birds. The huge winged human-headed bulls and lions at palace gates in Mesopotamian kingdoms were images of angels guarding the court. This tradition passed from Persia to China and became the pairs of stone lions in front of government offices, officials' homes, and rich houses. There were two main kinds of evil spirits. The first kind, called Utuku, included ghosts, Gidim, Etimu, and plague demons, Mantaru. They were everywhere and only caused harm such as family fights, brothers turning against each other, and animal diseases. The second kind were angry souls of people who had miserable lives, broken dreams, or violent deaths. They were very numerous and kept harming the living after death. People saw evil spirits as God's punishment. If someone abandoned the gods would leave him to the demons. Mesopotamian scribes made long lists of known gods, giving both Sumerian and Akkadian names. In the slave-based society of Sumer and later Akkadian-speaking Mesopotamia, the gap between humans and gods was huge. People believed gods needed servants just like humans needed slaves. Gods created humans to serve them. Sumerian religion focused on caring for gods and their temple homes to keep them happy. This prevented disasters and brought blessings like peace, plenty, and long life. Every day, Sumerians gave routine offerings and prayed. They also held big religious festivals with sacrifices and celebrations. In rituals, priests often went naked like slaves or captives to show purity, devotion, and servant status to the gods. Archaeology finds many stone statues and gifts offered to gods by nobles and common people. Wealthy men and women placed small praying statues of themselves in temples to pray constantly for divine favor. Religious festivals were a key part of life. One ruler of Lagash, Gudea, described a 7-day festival where nobles had no special rights, slaves faced no punishment, music played non-stop, and everyone celebrated joyfully. In major cities, the king performed a sacred marriage ritual with the goddess. This union brought blessings, better crops, more livestock, and stronger city-states. Section 2. Sumerian sacrificial architecture. Sumerian religious ideas came from their environment. They thought gods lived in the distant mountain ranges around the flat Mesopotamian plain. They saw the world as the flat land between the Tigris, Edigna, and Euphrates rivers, surrounded by mountains. These mountains represented foreign lands, called Outer Mountain or Kur. The sun god Utu, moon god Nana, and Venus goddess Inanna rose from the mountains, crossed the sky, and went underground. So, earth also meant the underworld. After death, souls entered the underworld through the outer mountain, which could also mean the land of the dead. Overall, ancient Mesopotamians viewed the world this way: heavens for gods, the middle land between heaven and earth for humans who worship gods, the underground for death gods and the dead, plus a freshwater ocean below. Religious rituals were a key part of daily life for Mesopotamian people, showing their religious ideas. Temples were the main places for these activities and large ceremonies. Temple shapes copied mountains. As early as the 4th millennium BCE prehistoric period, small temples existed in Mesopotamia for god worship. By the late 4th millennium BCE, after writing was invented, mud brick platform temples appeared in Uruk, then the world's largest city. This shows god worship started in prehistoric times, and temples were the center of Sumerian cities. Sumerians built the central worship place high and large. Early temples stood on a platform with brick walls. In the 3rd millennium BCE, they started multi-level platforms with a temple on top. These stepped buildings are called ziggurats. By around 2000 BCE, many mud brick ziggurats appeared in Sumerian cities. The temples of Uruk, the oldest religious and political center, are the most typical. Archaeologists found Uruk period temple walls from the 35th century BCE decorated with colored clay cones in geometric patterns. One large temple covered 4,400 square meters and could host big events with thousands of people. At Eridu, the earliest temple ruins in Mesopotamia were found, including baked fish offerings. Later temples were built over old ones. Old walls were knocked down, ruins flattened into a platform, and new temples raised on top. This layered building created stacks of temples. At Uruk, 13 temple layers from about 5,200 BCE to 3,600 BCE formed a 10-meter-high mound. Around 2,100 BCE, King Ur-Nammu of the third dynasty of Ur demolished the old temple and built a new high temple platform district. The city of Ur was the main worship center for the moon god Nanna. Priests offered sacrifices and held celebrations on key lunar days, like the 1st, 7th, 15th and 23rd of the month. This lunar-based timing is the origin of the 7-day week and resting on Sunday, though modern calendars use the sun. Sumerian religious activities focused on sacrifices and communion with gods. In rituals, kings and priests bathed, shaved their hair and beards, and stood naked to show piety and purity. This explains why Sumerian carvings often show bold, beardless kings like Gudea of Lagash and Shulgi of Ur. Kings placed their own statues in front of gods to pray constantly for blessings. After victories, they gave precious inscribed vessels, war spoils, and captives to Enlil at Nippur. In nearly every Sumerian city, small worship statues of nobles were found along temple walls. A famous group from Eshnunna had been praying for 5,000 years until discovered. In major cult cities, kings held the sacred marriage ritual with goddess Inanna, often played by a high priestess. This union brought the kings protection from the goddess and blessed the city with plenty, fertility, and prosperity. Main offerings were fattened bulls, rams, and lambs, sometimes pigs. After the Sumerian period, pigs were raised less because they eat grain and give no milk like cattle and sheep. In Babylon, which followed Sumerian traditions, rites centered on Marduk's huge national temple. Next to it stood a 7-level square ziggurat, each side and height about 91.5 meters. The biggest Babylonian festival was the New Year, Akitu, starting on the first day of the first month and lasting 11 days. It included mourning Marduk's time trapped in the underworld, Jupiter's hidden period, prayers for blessings, and choirs singing the Genesis epic praising Marduk as king of gods, plus other hymns. In northern Mesopotamia, the temple complex of Ashur city centered on the temple of the national god Ashur, an agriculture god, and a tall ziggurat. Temples for the moon, god Sin, and sun god Shamash stood on both sides. Nearby was a smaller ziggurat for the sky god Anu and storm rain god Adad, who was especially important to Assyrians. The name of the first great unifying king, Shamshi Adad, Adad is my son, 18th century BCE, shows the rain god's value. Assyrian religion shared features with Babylonia, like an agricultural main god and paired sun-moon worship, but had its own traits, such as joint heaven and storm-rain worship. Few documents survive about Assyrian rites. Mesopotamian kings had to sacrifice to gods and build or repair fine temples for them. When starting a new religious building or fixing an old one, kings buried inscribed objects, often cone-shaped, in the foundations as deposits. Bricks also carried the king's name to show his work. This asked gods for blessings on him and the kingdom, and let future kings know his achievements. Temples held gifts from kings, officials, and common people. Archaeologists often find ancient Sumerian objects in temple ruins. Ur-Nammu, founder of the third dynasty of Ur, created the grand ziggurat style. It had a huge base platform, with smaller platforms stacked on top, 3 to 7 levels, until a small temple at the peak. Stairs led to the top temple. The ziggurat was a stepped mud brick mountain for the god to live in. Each level had kiln-fired bricks over sun-dried mud bricks, and most bricks bore the king's inscription. Workers stamped names on wet bricks before firing. Ur-Nammu's ziggurat used mud bricks made from mud mixed with chopped reeds, shaped in moulds and sun-dried, 30 by 30 by 7 centimeters, about 4.5 kilograms each. The bottom platform alone needed around 7 million bricks. Every 6 brick layers, a cross-pattern reed layer was added for strength. The front of Ur's ziggurat had 3 stairways, 2 along the side walls and 1 central freestanding stairway. They met at an archway on the first high platform. The central stairway continued up to the second and third levels and the top temple. Only the king and moon god priests may have been allowed to climb to the summit temple. Under the archway and along the front stairs were buttresses for strength. The lower platform had 2 vertical drainage channels made of waterproof fired bricks, plus drain holes on the side walls to let rainwater out. Ur-Nammu started as governor of Ur. He took power from the 5th dynasty of Uruk, unified Sumerian city-states, and founded the last Sumerian empire. He created the earliest known law code in Mesopotamia and one of the world's oldest written codes. His son, Shulgi, finished the unification, reformed the calendar, set standard weights and measures, and unified local rules. Because the Ur Empire was strong, Shulgi and later kings called themselves gods, and temples were built across cities to worship the deified king. Ur-Nammu built ziggurats in key cities like Uruk, Eridu, and Nippur, but Ur's is best preserved. Each city's ziggurat served its main god, Ur's for moon god Nana, Eridu's for wisdom and water god Enki. Ziggurats had names. Ur's was Temen Nigur, meaning foundation platform building that bears divine power. Eridu's was U6 ziggurat, Nippur's Dor Anki, house, the bond between heaven and earth. Archaeologists identify sites by reading brick inscriptions which name the city, building, god, and builder king. One example from Ur-Nammu's temple for Inanna. For his lady Inanna, Ur-Nammu, hero, king of Ur and king of Sumer and Akkad, built her temple. Around 2100 BCE, Ur-Nammu built Ur's moon god temple. The ziggurat stood on the plains for thousands of years and drew travelers. Over the last 200 years, explorers visited but understood little. In 1854, British consul J.E. Taylor dug small-scale and found 4 clay drums, one at a corner, proving the site was Ur. The drums record Neo-Babylonian King Nabonidus, 555 to 539 BCE, rebuilding the ziggurat 1,700 years later. In 1923, British archaeologist Woolley started careful excavation. He measured it, found the oldest parts, and restored its history and original look. The third dynasty of Ur lasted 108 years. Later dynasties, like Isin and Larsa, were founded by Semites but still used Sumerian in royal inscriptions. In the end, the Semitic Amorite dynasty of Babylon, located where North and South Mesopotamia met, became the first true unifier and heir to Sumerian civilization. The Sumerians slowly blended into the much larger local Semitic population. From the many Babylonian dynasties through the Middle and Neo-Assyrian periods, and even under Persian rule, ziggurats in major religious centers kept being built or repaired. Babylon's grandest ziggurat was for the city god Marduk, the new king of the gods. It was named Temen-Anki, meaning house of the foundation platform of heaven and earth. In the Persian and Hellenistic periods, Zoroastrian and Greek temples became common. As the environment and rulers changed, ancient Sumerian cities were abandoned. Foreign rulers ignored the old ziggurats they did not understand. These tall buildings, started by Sumerians and continued by Babylonians and Assyrians, slowly wore down. Bricks were reused elsewhere, cities were buried in mud and sand, and soon locals forgot the history behind the mounds. Only in the 19th century, over 2,000 years later, were ziggurats in several ancient cities excavated, and people again recognized they were built by the Sumerians. Chapter 4. The Sumerian state, kings, and political ideas. The early civilization built by Sumerians and later Akkadians, Babylonians and Assyrians has long vanished, but its legacy is very valuable for modern people. The core idea is that the state uses laws and management to protect weak groups, control the rich and powerful, stop them from oppressing the poor, punish to solve conflicts between classes, families and people, create fair justice above all classes, and build a just and harmonious slave society. This helps production grow and makes the state strong against foreign attacks. Section 1. The great lord of Uruk, Enmerkar, wins the world. The leadership of the great city-states of Sumerian civilization over surrounding regions. Sumerian civilization was at the start of human progress. Their thinking may seem simple to us, but it shows how human ideas grew from practice to theory and from details to big pictures. Sumerians saw history through gods. With divine help, their city-states, towns and farms would prosper, and their politics, economy and religion would advance. They believed gods created states and history. Yet their epics on clay tablets also show human will, choices, hopes, disappointments, discoveries and inventions. In the late 19th century, the University of Pennsylvania found over 20 broken clay tablets, school copies of epics from the Old Babylonian period, at Nippur. In 1952, Professor Kramer pieced them together and translated them into the famous Sumerian heroic epic Enmerkar and the Lord of Aratta. One large tablet, made from many fragments, keeps most of the full story. Written in Sumerian Cuneiform about 4,000 years ago, it is a square tablet about 9 inches wide, slightly smaller than standard paper, with 12 columns and over 600 lines. The epic says that in early Mesopotamian civilization, Uruk in southern Sumer was the leading city-state, ruled by the famous hero Enmerkar. Far east in today's Iran was the rich highland state Aratta, with metals and stones that Mesopotamia lacked. 7 big mountains separated them. Enmerkar wanted Aratta's wealth and to rule its people. He started a clever diplomatic fight against Aratta's king and people. In the end, he broke their spirit and made Aratta a vassal of Uruk. The epic shows the style of the ancient West Asian world, full of twists, strange events, and exciting stories. The epic's prologue praises Uruk and the Kulaba district for good harvests from spring floods and irrigation. But sea trade along the Persian Gulf was not open yet, because the port state Dilmun, Bahrain, had not formed. Land trade routes to metal and gem-rich Iran were also closed. No one traded between the regions, so Uruk lacked gold, silver, copper, tin and precious stones to decorate temples. The king could not perform the sacred marriage ritual with goddess Inanna in her bedchamber, lines 1 to 21. Meanwhile, in faraway Iran, the king of Aratta wore a golden crown and ruled. But Inanna, Uruk's patron goddess of love and war, Venus, favoured Enmerkar and did not approve Aratta's kingship, since he had not built her temple or done the sacred marriage rite, lines 25 to 32. To get gold, silver and stones, Enmerkar prayed to his elder sister Inanna. He asked that Aratta send tribute of these materials to Uruk to build and decorate her temple, the Heavenly House, and Enki's Abzu temple in Eridu, Uruk's ally. Then he could marry the goddess, become a deified king, wear a golden crown, rule the world, and gain Enki's divine rights, lines 33 to 64. Inanna heard the prayer and told Enmerkar to send a messenger who knew foreign languages to Susa and Anshan in Iran. She granted his wishes fully and said her husband, shepherd god Dumuzi, would make Aratta's flocks grow, lines 65 to 104. Enmerkar sent the messenger across mountains with an oral message and threat. If Aratta did not send gold, carried by horses, to Sumer, he would destroy their city. If they submitted, they should pack gold lumps and grains in leather sacks and send them. Then god Enlil would civilize Aratta, lines 105 to 133. To show Aratta's king Sumer's greatness, Enmerkar had the messenger share Enki's revelation. The eastern land Shubartu, southern Sumer, full of rites, orderly northern Akkad, and peaceful western Amorite land. Let all people, loved by gods everywhere, speak one language to Enlil. Wisdom god Enki of Eridu changed people's speech and made Sumerian the single language for humanity. Lines 134 to 159. The messenger crossed 7 mountains, passed through Uruk-controlled Susa and Anshan in Iran, and reached Aratta. He praised Enmerkar's power, repeated the demands, and asked for a quick answer: war or peace, lines 160 to 218. Aratta's king refused to submit, saying Inanna protected him and had made him ruler, lines 219 to 227. The messenger replied that Inanna, queen of Uruk, had promised to make Aratta bow to Enmerkar, lines 228 to 235. After thinking, Aratta's king suggested no big war. Instead, decide by a contest of strength or wisdom between the kings. To trick Enmerkar, he demanded Sumer send lots of barley in net bags carried by donkeys. If Enmerkar did this, Aratta would submit and send gold lumps and gold sand to Uruk, lines 236 to 296. The messenger returned to Uruk with the challenge. No one knew how to carry grain in nets. Enmerkar prayed to Nisaba, goddess of wisdom and writing, using a golden bowl. She revealed the trick: soak grains to sprout them and use nets with smaller holes. Enmerkar sent a caravan of sprouted barley, malt, in nets to Aratta. He also demanded Aratta's king send his scepter, symbol of rule, to Inanna in Uruk, while describing his own sacred scepter, lines 297 to 347. Malt was used by Sumerians to brew beer, so sending it spread beer-making to Aratta. In another epic about Enmerkar and Aratta's lord, wise Nisaba again helps defeat Aratta's challenge, forcing submission. The messenger returned to Aratta for the second time with a caravan of malt for beer. He piled up the grain in the royal court. The malt saved Aratta's people from hunger, ending a long famine. Everyone was overjoyed and grateful to Enmerkar. The messenger repeated the demand: send Aratta's scepter, symbol of rule, to Inanna in Uruk, and prepare to submit, lines 376 to 389. Aratta's king still refused. He thought of another tricky challenge: Enmerkar must send a scepter for Aratta's Inanna, but it could not be made of wood, gold, silver, copper, any metal or precious stone. Lines 397 to 412. The messenger rushed back to Uruk, guided by wisdom god Enki. Enmerkar spent 10 years crafting a scepter from reeds, lines 420 to 434. Reeds were common in Sumer, used for houses, boats, mats, but rare in mountains. This reed scepter became Inanna's emblem. Early temple images show reed bundles and woven reed poles as her sign. The messenger went to Aratta a third time and presented the reed scepter, lines 435 to 439. The king was shocked by Enmerkar's cleverness and felt Inanna truly favoured Uruk. Fear grew, but he made one last demand. Uruk must send a champion, dog, for a duel, and its colour could not be black, white, red, brown, yellow, or spotted. Lines 440 to 462. By now, Enmerkar had won the Battle of Wits. Aratta's people were thankful. The tired messenger returned to Uruk a third time and told Enmerkar Aratta's latest demand. Enmerkar mixed kindness with threats. He solved the special colour challenge for his warrior, dog. He sent a piece of wool cloth in an unusual colour, not black, white, red, brown, yellow or spotted. Sumer already made dyed wool clothes in colours like blue or green, while Aratta's people probably only wore animal hides. A Sumerian warrior in this bright garment would amaze and convince Aratta's people. Lines 469 to 476. Enmerkar then warned Aratta's king, "Stop clever tricks, rule your people gently like a shepherd, and pile up lapis lazuli, gold and silver in Inanna's courtyard in Aratta." Lines 477 to 485. He threatened war. He would smash Aratta's city like knocking a dove from a tree. The king must also quarry and send stone to Eridu, Enki's city, Uruk's ally, for its temple and sacred pool, or face destruction. Lines 486 to 496. Enmerkar's message had 3 long parts. The messenger could not remember it all. So the king wrote the words in cuneiform on a clay tablet, the world's first diplomatic letter. Lines 486 to 506. The lord of Kulaba kneaded clay and shaped a tablet to hold words. Before this day, no one had written words on clay. Now, on this holy day, it was done. The lord of Kulaba wrote the message on the tablet. The Uruk messenger arrived in Aratta a 4th time, carrying the world's first diplomatic clay tablet letter. His manner was like the first visit, showing the mission was almost over. He gave the tablet to Aratta's king, lines 507 to 536. Seeing the written message scared the king. Aratta depended on rain, not rivers, and faced severe drought and hardship. But heavy rain suddenly came from storm god Ishkur, saving the wheat harvest. This boosted the king's confidence. He declared Inanna had not left Aratta and would help it conquer Sumer. Lines 537 to 576. The duel began. The dog, meaning faithful servant in Sumerian, was not a real dog, but a champion, likely a male sorcerer in lion skin, common in Mesopotamian images. Uruk's side had an old female witch, possibly Nisaba or Inanna. In the related epic, Nisaba's form defeats Aratta's sorcerer. The ending of this tablet is damaged, so we do not know the details, but Uruk clearly wins, bringing civilization to Aratta. The companion epic, Enmerkar and Ensugir Anna, shows a magic battle between the civilized central state and the barbarian one for dominance. Uruk wins with Nisaba's help, goddess of writing. The sorcerers change into animals. In that story, Arata's king Ensugir-Ana, lord of the crown of heaven, sends an envoy demanding Sumer submit. He claims to be Inanna's favourite lover. He notes Sumer raises fowl and fattens geese with barley, while Arata does not. He demands Enmerkar send geese, eggs and goslings. After conquering nearby princes, he would share the feast to show kindness, lines 1 to 69. After talking with elders, Enmerkar sent an envoy to Arata demanding submission. He claimed he had performed the sacred marriage with Inanna through her priestess. Enlil granted him kingship, Ninurta protected him, and mother goddess Aruru nursed him. Inanna would not help Arata for 10 years. He would fatten geese with barley and feast with Sumer's lords, but Arata would get none, lines 70 to 113. The envoys returned together to Arata, lines 114 to 117, with Uruk's message. Arata's king and elders discussed it. They admitted Uruk's bulls, freemen and servants were strong and hard to beat, lines 117 to 127. Elders said the king had boasted first and now could not win. He should not act rashly. But the king replied he would rather see the city destroyed and people die than submit to Uruk's lord, lines 128 to 134. A famous sorcerer from Hamazi, Urgir-Nuna, offered to help through Arata's envoy. He said he could force Uruk's people to dig canals and submit. His power could conquer lands from the Persian Gulf to Lebanon, making Uruk send wealth by ship to Arata's Lapis Lazuli temple district, lines 135 to 149. The envoy told the king, who was delighted. He rewarded the sorcerer with gold and silver, promised good food and drink, and said if he captured Enmerkar, he could enjoy royal wealth forever. Lines 150 to 169. To stop wisdom goddess Nisaba from helping Enmerkar, the sorcerer went to her city Erish's great cow pen. He cast a spell asking who eats the cow's fat and drinks their milk. The cows answered, Nisaba does, and their cheese, butter and milk go to her temple. The sorcerer cursed, may butter go to horns and milk to back. This happened, ruining the cows, lines 170 to 184. He did the same to the goat pen, causing the same harm, lines 185 to 197. The sorcerer caused cows to dry up. Calves grew distressed, hungry, and cried in pain. Mother goats and kids lay starving, barely alive. Cows cursed their calves. Sheep ignored their lambs. The churn went empty. Hunger spread through the city. Pens became silent as death. Cowherds threw away staffs and nose ropes, striking their faces in grief. Shepherds hung crooks on their bodies and wept. Herding boys left the pens. Milk carriers took other paths, lines 198 to 210. Among Nisaba's herders were 2 brothers raised in the pens, Great Billy Goat and Dog of the Steppe. They sat on a rubble mound by the east gate and prayed to the sun god. The Arata sorcerer had ruined the dairy, starved calves, and brought disaster with spells, lines 211 to 221. Goddess Nisaba turned into an old witch named Sag-Buru and came to Eresh on the Euphrates bank, a city loved by sky god Enlil and Ninlil. She saw the sorcerer's harm and challenged him, lines 222 to 227. The 2 sorcerers duelled by conjuring animals from the river, lines 222 to 247. The sorcerer made a great carp. Sag-Buru made an eagle that carried it to the mountains. He made a ewe and lamb. She made a wolf that dragged them to the grasslands. He made a cow and calf. She made a lion that took them to the thickets. He made an ibex. She made a leopard that carried it to the mountains. He made a gazelle fawn. She made a cheetah, or tiger, that took it to the forest. The male sorcerer's face darkened, his mind grew confused. Old witch Sagbaru scolded him. "You have many spells, but no sense. How dare you bring magic to Nisaba's ancient city Eresh, ruled by the sky god and Enlil, and loved by Queen Ninlil?" The sorcerer replied, "I did not know your power. Please spare me." Lines 248 to 256. He begged, "Let me go, elder sister. Let me return safely to Arata, the land of rights. I will tell all countries of your greatness and praise you there." Lines 257 to 263. Sagbaru answered, "You ruined the pens, stopped butter and milk, emptied breakfast, lunch and dinner tables, and cut off supplies. Your crime is great." She said, "Moon god Nana, who gave milk to the pens, would punish him and not spare his life." Lines 264 to 268. Sagbaru struck him with a spell, killed him, and threw his body into the Euphrates. She took his life force. Then Nisaba returned to Eresh, lines 269 to 273. When Arata's king Ensugir-Ana heard this, he sent a message to Enmerkar. "You are Inanna's beloved lord, the greatest. She chose you. You rule everywhere. I am only your follower. From childhood, I was no match for you. You are my elder brother. I will never challenge you." With Nisaba's help, Enmerkar defeated Ensugir-Ana. After this, the two city-states kept friendly ties and traded, but Uruk stayed the leader. Section 2. Shulgi, the great and sacred king of the Sumerian Empire. In 2046 BCE, King Shulgi, over 70 years old, led Ur's army to conquer the rich city-state of Harsi in the north. Riding a war chariot, he returned to Ur with captives and livestock. People lined the streets to cheer, music played, singers sang hymns, and the city filled with joy. Shulgi proudly said, "I became king at 20 and ruled Sumer and Akkad for 48 years. Heaven favors us, people live in peace, and many states pay tribute. My life has been worthwhile." That year, the deified king died. Shulgi was the last and greatest Sumerian king, son of Ur-Nammu, who founded the third dynasty of Ur and ruled 2111 to 2094 BCE. Shulgi reigned 2093 to 2046 BCE. He inherited a unified kingdom. Western Mari, Amorite, Semitic-speaking, was a vassal. Nearby Amorite tribes were subjects, keeping the West peaceful. In his first 23 years, Shulgi focused on building, religion, and good relations with the East, marrying his daughter to Mahasi. With stability and growth, he later fought eastern lands, raiding Karaha twice, capturing Simuram 9 times, and defeating Anshan after tense relations. He also attacked Shashru, Urbilum, Kimash, and Harsi twice. Under Shulgi, one of the ancient world's best kings, the third dynasty of Ur had its most glorious 50 years. He was a strong military leader, skilled administrator, great builder, and supporter of arts and literature. His army spread Ur's power, economy, and culture from the Zagros Mountains east to the Mediterranean west. He finished his father's grand ziggurat in Ur and built religious sites in many cities. He created efficient financial systems for palaces and temples, fixed the calendar to match moon and sun cycles, and set standard weights and measures nationwide. He founded 2 main academies in Ur and Nippur for literature and music. Sumerian poets wrote passionate hymns praising him as the perfect ideal king for his time and later ages. Sumerian poets wrote many royal hymns praising kings with exaggerated words and imagination, from Ur-Nammu, founder of the third dynasty of Ur, to Hammurabi and later Babylonian rulers. These poems rarely describe the king's real looks or true deeds. Instead, they build an image of the perfect ideal ruler. We know little about Prince's childhood education, but Shulgi Hymn B, lines 11 to 22, shows young Prince Shulgi at school. He learned scribal skills from Sumerian and Akkadian tablets. No noble wrote better than him. He mastered addition, subtraction, arithmetic, and accounting. He called clever goddess Nisaba his scribal goddess and said nothing could stump him as a scribe. Though kings are mortal, hymns claim they come from divine dragon seed. Besides human parents, they have god parents. For third dynasty of Ur kings, divine parents were legendary hero Lugalbanda and goddess Ninsun. Shulgi often called himself Ninsun's son. Later, kings claimed Enlil and Ninlil as parents. Hammurabi said Marduk was his father. Hymns use animal symbols to show kings' strength, fierce bulls and lions. Shulgi is called offspring of a bull with perfect body, calf from a pure white cow, king born of a wild bull fed on cream, lion born of a dragon with angry eyes, fierce beast raised on rich milk, and strong bull with lion's majesty. His body and courage are compared to roaring lions, powerful bulls, dragons with lion faces, strong oaks by water, and fruit-heavy trees. Ishme-Dagan, fourth Isin king, is tall tree with thick roots and branches, unreachable mountain, shining gold and silver, cedar in a forest, and flourishing boxwood. Lipit Ishtar, fifth Isin king, raises head like a cedar, invincible foraging lion, roaring dragon scaring enemies, and wild bull no one attacks. Royal praise poems stress that kings are true sons of heaven. Shulgi says, "From the womb of my mother goddess Ninsun, good blessings came to me. I am a strong seed in the womb. As a fetus, I was chosen to be king." Poets say gods blessed the king to become heir and a warrior who beats enemies. The main protector was god-king Enlil in Nippur's great temple. To meet Enlil, the king needed his own protector god to guide him. In a Shulgi hymn, on the day he became king, Shulgi vowed before Ur's guardian moon god Nana to restore rights for the great gods. Nana went to Enlil's mountain temple in Nippur for the gods' assembly and asked Enlil to protect Shulgi, the compassionate shepherd king, and let him conquer foreign lands. Enlil agreed. Nana brought the blessing back to Ur and told Shulgi, "Enlil grants you rule over this land, your power will reach far places." In this hymn, while Shulgi stays in Ur, Nana personally visits Nippur to get blessings for him. Other hymns show the protector god bringing the king to Enlil. In the Ishme-Dagan hymn, Ishme-Dagan of Isin is led by goddess Baba to the mountain temple. Enlil teaches him ideal rule, a throne of justice, an eternal crown controlling all peoples, fertile rivers and land, great fame, tribute from near and far, and yearly gifts to Nippur's temple. In another Shulgi hymn, the king travels alone by boat to Uruk for the sacred marriage ritual with goddess Inanna, the bride. She blesses and praises him as a true king. He then visits 2 more cities, receives blessings from their guardian gods, returns to Ur, offers gifts to moon god Nana, and gets even more praise and blessings. Sumerian kings are shown as perfect men, strong, tall, handsome, very wise, pious and upright. Hymns describe Ur-Nammu as a charming, radiant, handsome king. Shulgi has a beautiful mouth and pleasing face. His sacred blue beard hangs on his chest. He shines with royal dignity from crown to shoes. Ur-Ninurta of Isin has fair arms, handsome spirited face, and overflowing male charm. Rim-Sin of Lhasa has a fine forehead, princely arms, and tall, mighty build. In the many wars between Sumerian and Akkadian city-states, the king's strong body and brave courage decided victory. Poets use grand, exaggerated images. Shulgi brings thunder punishment to rebels. His weapons are like beast fangs or venom-spitting snakes. Arrows fly like bats. His bow strikes like a dragon. He is an invincible warrior, fire-breathing dragon, or swift male lion conquering enemies. Ishmidagan of Isin is warrior of warriors. Lipit Ishtar is great floodwaves in battle, running like light. Ur-Ninurta sweeps enemies like a storm, covering rebel lands with his sacred radiance like thick clouds. Kings were shown as fearless in fights and battles. Shulgi said he fought lions and snakes alone on the steppe, throwing spears into their open mouths. He could run fast enough to catch swift gazelles. He called himself a tireless lion king, with clothes tied at his slim waist. He swung arms like a startled dove, strode like an eagle over mountains, leaped like a falcon, and ran joyfully back to Nippur. That day, wild winds roared, heavy rain fell, north and south winds clashed. Lightning and storms swallowed the sky, thunder shook the earth, clouds pulled water up, and hail struck his back. Yet as king he felt no fear. He ran like a cheetah or wild ass full of joy. Like a lone donkey, he covered 15 double hours in one day, from Nippur to Ur, arriving in time to celebrate festivals in both cities while the sun set. From royal hymns, Sumerians saw kings as unbeatable in strength and courage, plus gifted with great wisdom and knowledge by gods. Enki gave wisdom, Nisaba gave true teaching. Kings thought deeply, spoke eloquently in assemblies, used clever words and writing, found truth in confusion, and calmed angry hearts. They loved and supported music and poetry. 2 Shulgi hymns show his passion for playing instruments, singing, and composing praise poems himself. In religion, kings were loyal. They knew how to serve gods and perform all ceremonies perfectly. They supplied rich sacrifices on time for monthly festivals, New Year, and the sacred marriage with Inanna. Shulgi claimed he could read oracles and carry out rites without mistakes. Year names of the 3rd dynasty of Ur show that when high priests retired in temples of Nana, Ur, Inanna, Uruk, Enki, Eridu, or other cities, the king chose a royal child as the new high priest based on omens. Liver divination, checking lamb or goat entrails, was used for this and big decisions like war. Kings led all major religious events in Sumer and Akkad. They sent large gifts, offerings and sacrifices to Enlil's mountain temple in Nippur. In Shulgi's 21st year, 2073 BCE, he settled land disputes and cancelled debts in Nippur fairly after god Ninurta approved it for Enlil and Ninlil's temple areas. Secular society. In secular society, Sumerian kings were seen as compassionate and humanistic. They worked hard to fulfill the god's duty, upholding justice, fairness, law, and morality. Modern historians often view Eastern kings, including Sumerian and Akkadian ones, as cruel despots. But Sumerian poets saw them differently. To poets, kings like Shulgi fought wars, built temples, led rites, dug canals, opened roads, and made decrees, all to let people live in peace and happiness, and make the state rich and strong. Many Shulgi hymns praise him as the farmer filling granaries, the shepherd growing flocks, and the high wall protecting temples. People saw him as a father giving them safety. A common phrase in royal hymns is, "He makes all people happy." Besides following God's will, kings wanted lasting fame. People die, but a great name lives forever. Hymns and documents always praise kings' deeds and noble names, saying their glory reaches far and lasts for generations. However, many hymn writers were court scholars who depended on the king. They could not judge fairly. Rare criticism in later works blames some kings for ignoring gods and causing disaster. Poets of that time did not see slave exploitation and oppression, the greatest injustice to modern eyes, as wrong. Section 3. The earliest citizens' assembly and council of elders of Sumerian city-states. Ancient Mesopotamia, like ancient Europe, moved from military democracy to city-state civilization. Few texts mention Sumerian citizens' assemblies, but records of councils of elders are common. Elders were called fathers of the city, Aba Uru. Officials and clan heads who joined trials and contracts were also part of this council. Excavated texts show that early Mesopotamian city-states were ruled together by the military leader king, Lugal in Sumerian, and the council of elders made up of clan heads. Constant wars increased the king's power. When a king won big battles, became hegemon, or unified the land, the council gave him more authority. The king appointed governors in cities, and the council had to cooperate with or obey them. The council kept judicial power longest, but in big disputes the king had the final say. Few texts describe early Sumerian politics, but the epic Gilgamesh and Aga mentions the council of elders and citizens' assembly. It says Uruk's war and major decisions were made jointly by Gilgamesh, the religious and military leader, Shren, of the Kulaba clan, with the council and assembly. Uruk had two citizen groups. Fathers of the city, family heads, possibly with heirs, formed the Elders' Council. Gurush meant adult male commoners, warriors and labourers, with lower status than elders, elite warriors and craftsmen. They may have been semi-free. In a cemetery for warriors was found, 96 male tombs, most with weapons like copper swords, axes or spears. Grave goods were simple: 2 pots, some earrings, and cylinder seals showing a lion killing animals. These seals may have been used to get rations. Similar seals appear in royal tombs with human sacrifice. These warriors likely match the Gurush class. It is unclear why they shared one cemetery. Perhaps as lower or semi-free people, they had no family cemeteries and used a tribal one. Or they followed group marriage systems, like some Aboriginal, Native American or Mosuo practices, where partners come from different clans, children belong to the mother's clan, and men cannot be buried with wives. The two citizen groups of Uruk appear in the Epic of Gilgamesh. When Enkidu died, Gilgamesh grieved deeply and called on many to mourn him. Merchant caravans on roads to the cedar forest, Uruk's elders, mountain and grassland people, trees, wild beasts, rivers, able-bodied men, tenant farmers, craftsmen, shepherds, chief shepherds, the old, temples, prostitutes, women, brothers, and more. He then cried, "Listen to me, able-bodied men, listen to me, elders of Uruk." This shows elders were the aristocratic class, while able-bodied men were mainly commoners. In Tablet 11, Utnapishtim, Sumerian Noah from Shuruppak, tells Gilgamesh the flood story. Before the flood, he asked Shuruppak's citizens and elders to let him leave the city, while secretly building the ark. In the late early dynastic and Akkadian periods after Gilgamesh's time, elder remained an important title. An adoption tablet from Eshnunna, Naram Sin era, lists 15 city elders as witnesses, chief steward of the main god, temple scribes, officials, 3 scribes, a builder, lamentation scribe, 2 cattle herders, a singer, and 1 woman. A female elder, possibly priestess, adopted a woman as heir. Witnesses in contracts were often elders, so notary and elders were sometimes the same term. After the Old Babylonian period, witnesses and elders became separate. A Sargon period tablet from Adab shows meat rations. King and city god got most sheep and fish, queen less, temple abbots, envoys, 1 elder, scribe, judge, and a lady's brother got smaller shares. Another list gives wooden items to an abbot and 1 elder with subordinates. A name means the city elder is my king. These show elders' key role in old Akkadian cities. Scholar I.J. Gelb studied Old Akkadian 2371 to 2191 BCE and earlier elders and councils. Documents from Ebla mention elders of Ebla and Mari. Texts from Susa and Kish show elders overseeing able-bodied men, officers and foremen. Gasur texts name several elders. Nippur mentions elders' stipend fields. Tablets from Eshnunna and Adab refer to granary of the Council of Elders, city elders of Elam, and specific city elder of so-and-so. Elders were seen as representatives of city gods. In Ur they were called elders before the moon god Sin, Uety 11. In Lagash, elders before goddess Nanshi likely meant elders of Siraran, since Nanshi was Siraran's city goddess. Uruk-Agina's reform inscription says he set their daily ration at 180 loaves of bread and 1 jar of beer. Scholar Gelb noted that councils of elders managed daily affairs in temples, palaces, and families. In the 3rd dynasty of Ur, city overseer, Ugula Uru, could mean city elders, Abba Uru, in official roles. For example, Lugal Azida from Nippur was called overseer of Nippur in one document and elder of Nippur in another. An Akkadian period tablet from Umma lists official rations. City elders ranked 2nd, amount broken, followed by scribes, 120 loaves. Lower ranks got less, purchasing officials, 80 loaves, chief cupbearer, 48, and others like storehouse officials, messengers, temple managers, and military officers, 40 loaves each, down to scholars, 16, and cupbearers, 15 or 8. A document from Uruk shows an elder's power over grain distribution. Read to Ur-Saga, let him give 8 kor of barley to Dada. The elder's seal says, Ursin is governor of Uruk and Dumru. Ur-Enki, city elder, is your servant. In the 3rd dynasty of Ur, livestock tribute went to Puzrish-Dagan near Nippur for distribution to temples, palace and officials. Some tablets record animals from elders and dependents of remote mid-Tigris cities. Since big cities sent tribute via governors and high officials, these small places were likely run by elder councils and assemblies. During this period, many Amorite tribes moved into northern Mesopotamia and border areas, then slowly entered the southern Sumer-Akkad region. This weakened the Sumerian-led Ur dynasty. Later dynasties that replaced it, Isin, Larsa, Assyria, Babylon, were all founded by Semitic-speaking Amorites. At the same time, Hurrian tribes grew strong in areas east of the Tigris. We can guess that councils of elders and assemblies of dependents in small surrounding cities paying tribute to Ur were likely Amorite or Hurrian tribal groups. These tribes were just starting to form states, accepted Ur as leader, and were run by elder councils and assemblies. Soon, local military leaders gained power and became kings. Documents name cities whose dependents sent livestock tribute to Ur, Tutub, Assur, Rapik, 5 cattle, 129 sheep, 135 goats, also 100 sheep, 40 goats, Isham, 1 cattle, 26 sheep, 23 goats, etc. Cities whose elder councils sent livestock, Tutub, 1 cattle, 8 sheep, 2 goats, Ishim Susin, 1 sacrificial bull, 10 fat sheep, etc. Like Uruk, Ebla, central Syria, around 2500 BCE, had a leader called En, Lord. It also had about 14 important kings, Lugal, meaning great man, tribal chiefs who led elder councils and sometimes judged cases. In Mesopotamia, En later became mainly a high priest title, while king, Lugal, became the main ruler title. But Lugal's original meaning, great man or master, was still used for owners of slaves or property. Scholar T. Jacobson suggested citizens' assemblies elected an En for internal matters and a king for war command. The king's power grew, creating a court above elders and assemblies. Mari, Ebla's neighbour and former leader, was known for wars. Its ruler was often called king, but also En. Ebla's En was less prominent, no personal inscriptions or year names. Each En had a deputy financial lord, Lugal Sazak's Ki. With many strong great men, Lugals, the city may have had 2 ruling systems. Italian scholar Pettinato analysed Ebla and found it had 5 Ens lords. Each started as one of 14 great men Lugals. The first 3 served 7-year terms, likely elected from the great men. The fourth, Ibrium, ruled 28 years, 4 terms, acted like a dictator, and passed power to his son. His son Ibi Sipish ruled 17 years. Both named sons as vice-kings. Rotating kingship among families turned into one family's hereditary rule. Throughout Mesopotamian history, from early city-states to empires, councils of elders always existed in some form. Elders' councils and kingship grew from primitive clan systems. Clan heads deliberated together and a military chief led in war. Early city-states were small with little war, so elder councils had more power than temporary war kings. As wars grew bigger and more frequent, kings' power increased for city safety. When a king became hegemon of allied cities, his state's elders gave him more power. If a king lost or died in battle, elders elected a new one or submitted to a foreign king. In many small city-states, elders and citizens' assemblies strongly checked the king, especially in foreign policy. Elders often represented the state in alliances. No matter how strong kings became, city judicial power stayed with elder councils. Elders acted as judges or worked with professional ones. City administration was usually also handled by elders. In kingdoms and empires, governors worked with local councils. Military wins expanded land and wealth, making kings more autocratic. In capitals, elder councils became honorary advisors. Much city and temple property went to the king. But in distant large cities, elder councils kept real power alongside governors. The rise and fall of royal and elder power in Mesopotamia is very similar to ancient Greece and Rome. Athens' democracy was a special advanced case, but the common pattern in Mesopotamia, other civilizations, kings and elders sharing and checking power at first, royal power growing with bigger wars, and finally lifelong autocratic kings in empires, may be the basic rule of ancient political development. Section 4. the Sumerian state and society's ideals of fairness and justice in protecting vulnerable citizens. The early civilizations of Sumerians, Akkadians, Babylonians and Assyrians have long blended into later ones, but their legacy is very valuable today. The core idea is that the state uses laws and management to protect weak groups, control the rich and powerful, stop them from oppressing the poor, punish to solve deep conflicts between classes, families and people, create fair state authority above all classes, and build a just and harmonious slave society. This helps production grow and keeps the state strong against foreign attacks. Like other ancient societies, Sumer had conflicts between rich and poor, slaves and masters, weak and strong. Ur-Nammu, founder of the third dynasty of Ur, tried to achieve his humanitarian ideals, but in a slave society this was nearly impossible. Still, fairness and justice were always goals for Sumerian and Mesopotamian kings. Many royal hymns show the great king as a fair judge who loves truth, hates evil, and acts for heaven. In his self-praise hymn Ishme-Dagon, fourth king of Isin, told the people, "May sun god Utu help me establish justice and truth. I judge cases fairly, remove evil, make brothers honest and respectful to fathers, stop arguments with elder sisters, promote filial piety to mothers, protect the weak from the strong, care for the disabled, stop the powerful from doing whatever they want, prevent debt slavery, end hatred and violence, and uphold justice as my inheritance from the gods." At the end of his hymn, Ishme-Dagon lists his achievements for social justice. "I made Nippur happy, freed its men from forced labor, stopped its army duties, ended tribute in gold, silver, cattle and sheep, stopped requisitions for major temples, cancelled taxes on beer, barley, oil and wool, brought peace to Sumer and Akkad, removed hatred and violence, built good faith, and as a shepherd who loves justice, a wise, reasonable citizen of Nippur and Sumer, I listen to elders, judge without favoritism, insist on justice, stop the powerful from taking too much wealth, prevent the strong from abusing the weak, and keep nobles from turning citizens into slaves." From these passages, we see that wise people and rulers in Sumerian society worked hard to reduce violence and evil. They used ideas of fairness, justice, honesty, and righteousness to fight class oppression in ancient slave society. A hymn to Enlil says, "Heaven cannot accept social injustice and evil." It praises Nippur, Enlil's holy city, as the most sacred place. It does not allow flatterers, evil words against justice, lies, distortion, poisonous hearts, arrogance, hatred, oppression, jealousy, slander, broken agreements, or other bad acts. The city rejects all these evils. Disappointed with earthly rulers, Sumerians believed heavenly gods would keep justice, protect the weak, and punish human oppression and evil harshly. Just gods would choose faithful people as righteous rulers to carry out heaven's justice on earth and punish bad rulers. In Lagash, goddess Nanshi was seen as a protector of vulnerable people. A hymn to Nanshi says, "She cares for orphans and widows, helps the oppressed, acts as mother to orphans, finds solutions for the lonely and suffering, comforts the weak, and holds miserable people close." For human justice, Nanshi held a sacred judgment every new year. In court, her scribe goddess Nisaba held a sacred tablet on her lap and a golden stylus. Her husband Haya acted as prosecutor. Nanshi looked for guilty people who were arrogant, greedy, broke rules, cheated with weights and measures, used power to harm others, or acted improperly. If found, her messenger Dursag made sure they faced punishment. The world's earliest Sumerian law code, the Code of Ur-Nammu, dates to around 2100 BCE in the Neo-Sumerian period. Ideas of fairness and justice were already deep in people's hearts at the start of civilization and became a lasting tradition. In the Old Sumerian period of Lagash, circa 2400 to 2250 BCE, kings like Enmetena, Urukagina, and Gudea wrote in inscriptions that they created social justice. After Ur-Nammu, kings of Isin, Larsa, and Old Babylonian dynasties claimed in inscriptions that they made fair policies, cancelling old debts, lowering heavy taxes, freeing debt slaves, protecting the poor, orphans, widows, and weak groups, fixing wrongful cases, stabilizing prices, setting standard weights and measures, promoting equality between men and women, and raising wages for craftsmen, laborers, and slave rations. Hammurabi's Code of Hammurabi in the Old Babylonian period carried on these earlier ideals of protecting vulnerable people and promoting social justice. The king, chosen by priests and the divine king, had a sacred duty to follow heavenly principles, uphold justice on earth, help the weak, and control the strong. Ancient Mesopotamian law codes saw social justice in all parts of life. Bodily harm and property loss were treated as equally important, with no separation between criminal and civil law. Among ancient Mesopotamian law codes, only 3 have a constitutional-like prologue and epilogue. The 2 oldest known written laws from slave society with prologues are the Sumerian Code of Ur-Nammu, circa 2100 BCE, made by Ur-Nammu, founder of the 3rd dynasty of Ur, and the wider Code of Lipit Ishtar, 1934 to 1924 BCE, issued by the 5th king of Isin. The famous Akkadian Code of Hammurabi, circa 1750 BCE, keeps both prologue and epilogue fully intact. The first 2 copies are badly damaged, so their full form is unknown. Hammurabi's code is the best preserved, most organized, and represents the highest point of 3,000 years of Mesopotamian lawmaking. By studying the prologues and articles of these 3 codes, spanning 400 years and 2 languages, we see a consistent idea across Sumerian city-states to the Old Babylonian kingdom. The state's main role is to use law for social fairness and class harmony. All prologues say the king, state's representative, brings justice and fairness. His justice shines like the sun on the people and land. Laws aim to make justice bright, remove evil and crime, stop the strong from oppressing the weak, and treat orphans and widows fairly. These 3 constitutions base themselves on gods giving kingship and royal justice. They declare laws sacred and untouchable, aimed at protecting people's safety, freedom, and happiness. In the articles, this fairness shows in rules that guard vulnerable groups and ease conflicts among citizens. By the Old Babylonian period, the ideal of legal justice became more detailed, organized, and complete in the prologue, epilogue, and articles of the code. It reached a mature level. Hammurabi's 282 laws covered all parts of Old Babylonian slave society, but punishments varied from light to heavy depending on whether people were free, semi-free, or slaves, showing it was a slave society code. From the view of oppressed slaves, we can criticize Hammurabi for not ending class discrimination and reaching higher justice. But given the stages of human progress, Mesopotamia remains one of the sources of the human spirit of justice. Besides the code's ideas and rules protecting weak groups, Kings' inscriptions describe real steps taken for justice. From hundreds of Mesopotamian year names, we learn a key way kings built social justice. In their first year, they cancelled poor people's debts and taxes, freed debt slaves nationwide, and named the second year after this big event to announce and record it forever. Chapter 5. Sumer's Agricultural, Forestry and Fishing Economy. From the start, soil salinization from irrigated farming troubled Sumerian farmers and nobles. This problem likely caused many southern Sumerian cities, like Girsu, to be abandoned forever around 1700 BCE in the late Old Babylonian period. Environmental damage may have reduced the Sumerian population, the creators of Mesopotamian civilization, and led to empty cities. The center of civilization moved north to Semitic-dominated Babylonia, causing the early end of Sumerian people, language, and culture. Section 1. Developed agriculture and agricultural technology. Early scholars found broken clay tablets about Sumerian farming techniques but could not fully restore or read them. In 1949, an American team in Nippur found a key fragment, the middle 35 lines, allowing full restoration of this 3,500-year-old farming guide. The complete tablet has 111 lines, written around 1700 BCE. It records a farmer teaching his son yearly farming tasks. We call it the Sumerian Farmer's Instructions. It starts with field irrigation in May-June and ends the next April-May with threshing and winnowing crops. The guide opens, "In former times a farmer instructed his son as follows. The father teaches key points of irrigation and fieldwork. For Sumer's dry soil, good irrigation was vital for harvests, so instructions begin with spring watering. After irrigation, before ploughing, a good farmer must weed, level the ground several times, firm the water channels, build 4 field banks, and prepare tools with family and hired workers. Plough beam, yoke, whips, bronze axes, chisels, saws, leather bridles, straps, pads, and whips. Check the ploughshare. Strengthen sideboards. Pair the main plough ox with a helper ox. Keep a spare plough." A team that should plough 10 king, 180 mu, per day should do only 8 king, 144 mu, to avoid tiring oxen and men, keeping work quality high. For each king, 18 mu, give 3 hu, 180 litres, of barley for ox feed and seed, so oxen stay strong. First plough once lightly, then deeply turn the soil. Harrow 3 times. In hard spots, use tools like wooden mallets and tooth harrows to finish soil preparation. Sowing used a seed plough, a plough with a seed container and narrow funnel that dropped seeds into the ground. The father advised ploughing 8 furrows per fen, 36 square meters equals 0.5 modern fen, and planting seeds 2 fingers deep, about 3.2 centimeters. If seeds did not reach moist soil, adjust the ploughshare angle. Farmers alternated straight and curved ridges each year. Clear clods from seeded ridges sow barley sprouts well. When seedlings first break through, pray and sacrifice to goddess Ninkilin, patron of mongoose-like animals that kill field mice, to protect crops from rodents. Also, drive away locusts. Water the crop first when shoots appear on ridge tops, then when barley rises like a mast, and again when it forms first ears. But when grains fill, do not water, or barley may mold and get sick, samana. A little water when kernels fully form can boost yield by 10%, adding 1 extra litre per dew. At harvest, do not wait for overripe heads. Harvest in teams of 3, 1 reaper, 1 binder, one divider for bundles. Be thrifty. Do not gather scattered ears or shake loose grains from sheaves. If old flour remains, do not thresh new grain right away. Let bundled ears rest several days and offer daily sacrifices for them. For transport, each porter carries 30 Djinn. Firm the threshing floor surface, make straight paths, prepare carts, and feed oxen. After piling barley on the floor, let people rest 5 days. When threshing, loosen the roller weight. On threshing day, coat flail heads and leather straps with bitumen for protection. If oxen sit and refuse to work, drive them hard. As oxen tread out grains, offer sacrifice to the unwinnowed pile. On wind winnowing day, assign one skilled person to collect low-quality light grains that fly farther and 2 people for good grains that fall closer. When winnowing ends, kneel toward the divine staff. At noon, spread grain to dry. Like other Sumerian texts, the farmer's instructions ends praising the deity who helps the main figure. Here the god teaching bumper harvests is Ninurta, called Ningirsu near Girsu, son of Enlil and his true farmer. Above is the instruction of Ninurta, son of Enlil. O Ninurta, true farmer of Enlil, your praise song is beautiful. Section 2. The great significance of spring floods and artificial irrigation for Sumer's 2-season agriculture. Southern Sumer had only 2 clear seasons, winter and summer. Spring counted as winter, autumn as summer. Winter-spring brought rain and high rivers in the north, Assyria, and spring flood irrigation in the south, Sumer. Summer-autumn was for growing and harvesting crops. The different farming and herding tasks in the 2 seasons appear in the longest Sumerian debate poem from the Old Babylonian period, a 318-line work called The Debate Between Winter and Summer. Lines 229 to 239 mention Ibisin, the last king of the 3rd dynasty of Ur, 2026 to 2003 BCE, so it was likely written in the Ur III period. I clothed my king Ibisin, chosen by Nana, son of Enlil, in ceremonial robes and brocade garments. The poem covers many details of ancient farming and is valuable for understanding Sumerian agriculture. By letting winter win over summer, it shows that winter-spring work, building canals and irrigating, is more important than summer-autumn harvesting. This proves Sumerians always knew, without waterworks and irrigation, there would be no advanced farming or civilization in Mesopotamia. One Sumerian textile, linen cloth. The story of the debate between winter and summer goes like this. God King Enlil decides to send rich spring floods, carp flood, to help Sumerian canal irrigation farming, bringing plenty to the land. To do this, Enlil mates with the great mountain mother goddess and creates 2 brother gods, summer and winter. He gives them different jobs. Summer, dry season, is for building temples, houses, animal pens, and cultivating land. Winter is when Sumerians divert river water to irrigate fields, plant grain, and let fish and birds breed in water-filled reed areas. At year's end, the brothers bring offerings to their father Enlil in Nippur. Summer offers livestock, wild animals, birds and eggs, barley, wheat, flour, milk, cream, and summer vegetables. Winter offers choice cattle and sheep, gold, silver, precious stones, various woods and fruits, honey, beer, poultry, carp, and winter vegetables. When winter and summer arrive with gifts at Enlil's great temple Ikur, House of Life, they block each other's way and argue. Neither backs down. Summer challenges winter's role as agricultural god, saying winter is too tired from irrigation. This angers winter. Winter attacks first. Summer is not a real farmer. Harvests only happen because of winter's watering. Without it, summer's work would fail. Summer fights back. He works 7 months ploughing, sowing, dredging canals, fishing and building farmsteads. He calls himself Enlil's main land steward and says he cares for temples. Winter replies that summer ignores the basics. Irrigation comes first, enabling harvests, grain offerings, robes for King Ibisin and gods, banquets and water for beer. Summer's heat and moths ruin cloth, buildings and food. Summer's shorter reply, winter's cold traps people indoors by the fire. Sunlight fades, slaves do little work, land lies unused, vegetables cost more, people get knee illnesses from cold. Winter appeals to Father Enlil. Irrigation is the base of all farming. Enlil sees winter's importance. When Enlil favors winter, summer accepts the decision. Enlil judges, winter controls life-giving water, the source of all creation, so summer cannot match his elder brother. In the end, summer offers wine and gifts, asks forgiveness, and the brothers become friends again. Section 3. Developed fisheries. Fishing was a key source of meat for Sumerians. Texts list nearly 100 types of fish. Finnish scholar Amos Salonen, 1970 book, named over 30 kinds eaten by Sumerians. Fish were tasty food and offerings to gods. Records from a Girsu lady's estate, circa 2350 BCE, show fish in offerings. One example, 2 dough groats, 2 jars strong beer, 2 jars black beer, 2 liters oil, 2 measures dates and grapes, 2 braided fish, and 1 fat sheep for main god Ningirsu. Similar for goddess Baba. Slightly less for divine sons, Shulshagana, Igalim and others. VS 14153. The estate had 6 to 10 chief fishermen, split into sea and freshwater types. Their deliveries were recorded. In month 2, year 4 of Governor Lugalanda, Sea Chief Nisan gave officer Enigal 25 tar fish, 5,100 fat carp, 50 seashells, 1 jar fish oil. Second Chief Lugal Sharatuku gave 50 tar fish, 3,990 fat carp, 40 seashell crabs, 10 litres fish oil. In month 5, year 5, Nisan delivered 2,400 live pigfish, sprinkled with water, 600 gurin 5 fish. Lugal Sharatuku gave 300 pigfish, 600 sweet fish, 2,400 gurin 5 fish, 600 deep-water carp, Nick 269-265. A Nippur clay tablet poem, Fish Country Rhapsody, describes over 16 kinds of fish, fewer than half identified. It is a mysterious song by a clever fisherman or sorcerer. He invites fish into a square house, likely the net or basket, with promises of comfort and food. Perhaps a magic chant or lullaby sung at dusk or during fishing to lure fish hypnotically. The poem starts with the fish lover saying he built a large, nice home and will provide rich food. The home likely means the fishing net. After preparing rooms and offerings, the singer invites the fish to bring relatives, friends, and any water creatures they like to enjoy wine and delicacies. Then comes a long, detailed list of fish and aquatic animals, various carp, eel-like fish, disc fish, not for offerings, turtle-like creatures, and many others with vivid descriptions. In the final part, Fragment C, the singer urgently tells fish to enter the new home quickly, warning of dangers. Fish-eating birds and amphibious animals are threats. Marsh and canal birds with ominous cries will grab them with claws. White herons from far waters will seize them. Web-footed birds will catch them. And a 4-legged marsh creature, the biter, crocodile, will attack. Only in the singer's house are they safe from being caught or dragged away. The fishing song ends with the strongest plea and prayer. Day is over, please enter the jar. Then fisherman and fish goddess Nanshi will rejoice with you. Section 4. Environmental deterioration and the salinization/alkalinization of farmland. Since the Neolithic period, the Euphrates and Tigris rivers supported many farming villages. Around 3000 BCE, Sumerians moved into dry southern Iraq, used river water for irrigation, invented cuneiform writing, and built the first city-states and brilliant Sumerian civilization. Under their influence, local Semitic Akkadians advanced and, with Sumerians, created two empires, Akkad and the third dynasty of Ur. Later, Sumerian civilization spread north, bringing the Assyrian region into Mesopotamian culture, forming the famous Babylonian-Assyrian Cuneiform civilization, the source of modern Assyriology's name. But the Sumerian population kept declining. In 2004 BCE, the Ur third dynasty was replaced by two Semitic Amorite dynasties, Isin and Larsa. From then, many Sumerian city-states like Lagash, Umma and Shuruppak weakened and became deserted ruins. A branch of Amorite nomads founded the Old Babylonian dynasty in Babylon, near modern Baghdad. They defeated southern kingdoms Isin and Larsa and unified the land. As many southern cities were abandoned, Sumerians fully blended into Babylonians and disappeared. 1,000 years later, Babylonians and Assyrians brought Mesopotamian civilization to its peak. But Persians from Iran conquered the area and adopted cuneiform culture. In 331 BCE, Alexander the Great, representing Greek civilization, took Western Asia. Hellenistic culture soon replaced old cuneiform and hieroglyphic ones in Western Asia and North Africa. Like Sumerian cities earlier, Babylonian and Assyrian cities were gradually abandoned and Mesopotamian civilization faded from memory. The end of this 3,000-year civilization had complex causes. External conquests by Greeks and later Islam played a role. Internally, overfarming damaged the fragile environment, a major factor. In 1982, Assyriologist Jacobson showed in his book that irrigation caused soil salinization in southern Sumer, a key reason Sumerians left the historical stage early. Southern Iraq, Sumer, had rich clay soil, good for grain, but dry climate with little rain meant farming, and date palms needed irrigation. Soil and river water contained salts. Normally, water carried salts deep underground, but Sumerians only irrigated without flushing salts away properly. Heavy irrigation raised salty groundwater year by year. It rose to the surface through capillary action, causing salinization and alkalinization. At Girsu site, French archaeologists found 400 years of farm records, circa 2300 to 2004 BCE. They show salinization troubled Sumerian farmers and nobles from the start. This problem likely caused many cities like Girsu to be abandoned forever around 1700 BCE. Environmental damage reduced Sumerian population, emptied cities, shifted civilization north to Semitic Babylonian area, and led to early end of Sumerian people, language, and culture. A land official's document from Lagash, King Urukagina's time, lists salinized areas in fields. One 258-hectare barley field had about 2.8 hectares salinized, around 1%. Another 110-hectare field had 39 hectares salinized, about 35%. Another record shows 3 fields with 20%, 40%, and 100% salinization. a field called Old Wheat Field, once good for salt-sensitive wheat, had 6% salinized after 300 years of irrigation in the Thrud records. By the first millennium BCE, Middle Babylonian period, salinization in old Sumerian lands was seen as one of the worst divine punishments. A land grant by King Marduk-Upla-Iddina, circa 1200 BCE, curses breakers. May Adad surround his field with alkali soil, make barley thirst, and end all green forever. A century later, Nabu-Mukan-Upli's steely curses, may Adad ruin his field, cut off grain, grow alkali weeds instead of barley, and turn clear springs to alkali soil. In northern Assyria, enough rain meant little irrigation and less salinization. But Assyrian kings knew its horror and used it as punishment. Adad-Nirah I, 1307 to 1275 BCE, and Shalmaneser I, 1274 to 1245 BCE, claimed, "After conquering enemy cities, Taidu and Arinu, I sowed salt brine on them." 600 years later, Ashurbanipal, 648 to 627 BCE, boasted after destroying Elam, "I made Elam desolate and scattered salt and cashew plant on them." Salinization and alkalinization in Sumerian farmland show in changing crops and yields. In early Uruk period, wheat and barley containers were found in similar amounts, 74 wheat, 43 and 39 barley. As soil grew salty, salt-sensitive wheat declined. Around 2400 BCE in Girsu fields, wheat was 16% and barley the rest. 100 years later in the Akkadian period, wheat dropped to 3%. In Ur-3 documents, wheat in one Girsu field was only 1.86%. Soon, people could hardly grow wheat anymore. Barley tolerates salt better, but yields still fell. Girsu texts show barley yield dropped from 2,537 litres per hectare around 2,400 BCE to 1,460 litres by 2,100 BCE. By around 1600 BCE, severe salinization likely caused Girsu to be fully abandoned. Nearby in Larsa, barley yield was only 897 litres per hectare. Until modern times, southern Iraq farmers fought salinization. They learned to leave fields fallow and plant grasses to slow salty groundwater rise. When land became too saline, they abandoned it. After decades or centuries of drying, groundwater dropped, and later farmers returned to the recovered fields. Chapter 6. Sumerian Schools, Family and Social Classes. Sumerian society, like other slave societies, had different classes: slaves, commoners, nobles, and the royal family. Class differences and conflicts appear in Sumerian debate poems from Nippur school tablets. The debates are exciting, with the winner often surprising at the end. Section 1. Cuneiform schools, teachers and students. Sumerians left texts about school and family life. Nippur school tablets show interactions and conflicts between parents and children, elders and youth, teachers and students. Sumerians dreamed of a society without hostility or class struggle, a harmonious, great unity. During Gutian rule, circa 2200 BCE, Gudea claimed gods chose him as Lagash governor. He achieved feats like, "Mothers do not scold sons, sons do not offend mothers." He purified the city by rebuilding God Ningirsu's great temple Ininu and saved debt-bound citizens in Nippur and Sumer. 700 years later, Ishme-Dagan, fourth king of Isin, 1953 to 1935 BCE, promoted family harmony. In his praise hymn, he said his prosperous age brought, "Brothers speak true words, fathers are respected, older sisters are not contradicted, and mothers are revered." A Nippur model school tablet, called Dialogue Between Father and Son, shows father-son communication problems. The father angrily criticizes his ungrateful son in a commanding tone, saying the son's lack of filial piety is like digging his grave early. The worst part is the son refusing the father's scribal profession. Though the father calms down at the end, most of the work is his long, furious scolding. Such family conflicts also appear in Sumerian proverbs. A rebellious son, his mother should not have borne him, his God should not have fashioned him. Nippur school model texts also describe the hardships of student life. One student complains about few holidays. "This is my monthly attendance at school. Holidays are 3 days each month. Regular days off are 3 days. That leaves 24 days. These 24 days I must stay at school, and they feel so long." School days were long, dull, and strict. One student says he was often beaten by the teacher and the class monitor, big senior brother, making him hate school more. He found a bad solution. His father bribed the teacher with gifts and money. Some naughty students were rebellious or violent. An inspector's criticism shows bad behavior. Why do you shove, curse, and insult others? Why create chaos at school? Why bully your senior brother and attack those better at scribal art? The wise teacher frowns at your actions. If I really punished you for disobedience, I would give 60 lashes with whip or cane, put copper shackles on your feet, lock you in a room, and ban school for 2 months. Lazy or weak students found school unpleasant. Those who could not finish sentence-making, dictation, arithmetic, or copying tasks hated it. Some played truant, ran away, and wandered streets, seeking shade in summer or sun in winter. Guday's inscriptions say that during big celebrations like temple completions, corrupt or depraved people were expelled. Truant students may have been seen as such. Yet most students were hard-working. After learning cuneiform, they became important in Sumerian society. As experts worldwide study and translate Sumerian literature more, our understanding grows. These 4,000-year-old dialogues, debates, proverbs, and instructions, once hard to read, will become clearer for Chinese readers. They help us see details of ancient Mesopotamian society. Teacher and pupil dialogue. An elder teacher's advice to a young scribe on harmony and moral education. It shows education's key role in Sumerian civilization. The teacher shares his youth. He respected teachers, obeyed the class monitor, finished assignments, learned writing and composition well. He rose early, slept late, valued time, sought advice humbly, avoided showing off knowledge, cared for the poor, and respected virtue. The student replies gratefully. The teacher opened his eyes and taught him how to live. He will not be lazy and has learned cuneiform skills. Now he works in a noble household for the teacher, assigning slaves tasks, giving rations, arranging offerings, watching field workers day and night, managing oxen, and getting harvests. He asks the teacher, who has guided and tested him since childhood, to trust him. The teacher happily encourages him to take responsibility, repay kindness, and keep striving. The student asks for prayers. He has followed instructions, done nothing unworthy, and reached a good place. He thanks the wise elder teacher, his highest example. The teacher joyfully prays to writing goddess Nisaba for the student who obeyed. He officially passes the teaching role to him. May the new teacher in the knowledge-rich school praise Nisaba's greatness. Blessings, may his writing skill make even ox drivers noble, May future youth admire his elegant words. May this great master light up streets, paths, roads, and the whole land. Language is sweet as beer, a goddess true to her divine law. Section 2. Family, mothers and children, a son's deep attachment to his mother. Sumerian literature also beautifully shows tender women's lives. One famous text is, "The son Ludingira writes to his mother." An official named Ludingira, far from home, sends a royal messenger to his mother in Nippur with a letter saying he is safe. He worries she cannot sleep from concern, so he asks the messenger to give her the letter and say, "Your beloved son Ludingira is well." To help the messenger recognize her, Ludingira describes 5 features. These praise the ideal Sumerian aristocratic lady, a perfect upper-class mother. Her name is Shat Ishtar, servant of the love goddess. She is the beloved of the king's younger brother, perhaps a prince's daughter, and becomes a literary model of the ideal mother. First trait, beauty and virtue. She obeys the household head and gods, manages the home thriftily. Second trait, nobility and wealth. Treasure of the king's brother with endless charm. Third trait, fertility. Rain from heaven watering good seed, full barley and flax at harvest, joyful garden of laughter, well-watered pine heavy with cones, first fruit of the new year for sacrifice, canal bringing plenty to gardens. Fourth trait, piety and cheer. Fills festivals with joy, fat cattle and sheep for a Kitu celebration. Place of happy entertainment with abundant fruit. Loving heart that never refuses happiness. Good news of a captive returning to his mother. Fifth trait, fragrance. Date palm with sweetest scent. Pinewood chariot or boxwood sedan. Pretty clothes perfumed, ostrich egg bottle flowing best incense. A Lullaby for a Son of Shulgi is a rare Sumerian work. The text is damaged and hard to understand. It is likely a lament sung by a wife of King Shulgi of Ur III for a son who died young. It starts like a lullaby, wishing the child to sleep, but later mentions bones, mourning, and a tomb. The mother gently calls death sleep and expresses grief that her healthy son has gone into eternal sleep. She calls on the healing god to save him, since he is a son of the great divine King Shulgi. In my lament, may he grow before my eyes like grass. May his roots be thick like a tree's. May his upper limbs be broad like henbane grass. O husband king, may the sleeper spread his body before my eyes like a luxuriant apple tree by the river bank. May he straighten his hand before me. My child, drowsiness is coming, sleep will calm you. O sleep, come, hurry to my child. Make his open eyes weary, close his shining eyes with your hand. Do not let murmuring tongues disturb his sleep. Let people pour good beer for you, let me sweeten cheese for you. These cheeses belong to the healer of mankind. This is my husband's son, Lord Shulgi's son. The queen is a high priestess, Lukur, not allowed to bear children. She asks the king to take a worldly woman or concubine to bear a replacement son. From Hammurabi's code, high priestesses could marry but not have children. They found concubines or slaves to bear heirs while keeping higher status. She uses garden imagery for her harem and fertility. She wishes the future adopted son to be well-nursed, grow healthy, marry, and have children. In my garden I watered lettuce, I cut the lettuce heart, let my husband eat it. In lament, let me give him another wife, let me give him a son. May a willing nurse soothe and feed him. I will have my son take wife and concubine, may she bear him a lovely son. May the wife lie in his warm embrace, may the son lie in his arms, may wife and son be in harmony with him. May the concubine laugh on his thigh, may the son grow on his kindly knee. After blessing her husband with future descendants, the mother weeps for her dead son. She looks at the starry night sky, imagining his bones in the graveyard by the city wall. People cry, graveyard animals, mongoose, gecko, fly, lizard, mourn him. Their actions may hint the body is exposed and eaten. This life is gone, I am worn out. My heart hurts, I stare at stars, moonlight hits my face. May your bones lie by the city wall. May people there cry for you. May the mongoose play lyre in mourning. May the gecko scratch its cheek. May the fly tear its mouth. May the lizard pull its tongue. Many lines are damaged, but the mother seems to bless a future relative, perhaps a new son, to marry, have children, enjoy good harvests, and live well. Ah, may plants and trees grow for us. May a wife support you. May a son be your hope and future. May pure barley be your favorite. May the grain goddess help you. May angels bring many blessings. May you live in good times and enjoy feasts. The broken end mentions offerings to the dead son and his link to farming protection. He no longer knows life, age, or home. May he rest and receive offerings. Tomb. He raises goats, sheep, donkeys. Beer goddess Ninkasi mixes in her vat. Shepherd's wife helps harvest. He grows date palms in the orchard for fresh fruit offerings. Lie down and sleep. May your spreading date palm rejoice like a fig tree. Place coal in Ur's hall. Charcoal by Uruk's hall. Section 3. The contest between hoe and plough, lowliness triumphs over high status, victory of commoners over nobles. Sumerian society had classes: slaves, commoners, nobles, and the royal family. Class conflicts appear in Nippur school debate poems. The debates are exciting, and the winner is often a surprise at the end. Examples: winter-spring beats summer-autumn, grain beats livestock, bird beats fish, date palm beats reed, copper beats silver. Here is the debate between hoe and plough. The hoe represents the poor and labourers, a ragged tool for ordinary people. The plough represents nobles. The plough boasts first, "I am made by strong arms and great hands. I am Enlil's field registrar and mankind's faithful farmer. At my festival in seed-sowing month, the king slaughters a bull and rams for me, pours beer in stone jars, brings offering bowls. People beat drums. The king holds my handle and yokes my oxen. Honoured people stand beside me, nations admire me, crowds watch happily." The commoner hoe challenges the plough. If the plough can make furrows and turn soil, the hoe can too. But the plough cannot do many simple jobs the hoe does: fix canal leaks, carry earth, mix mud for bricks, dig house foundations, build walls, and raise roofs. The plough boasts proudly. It makes ridges, grows barley, and lets people harvest and store it. Barley feeds dairy animals and poor people as rations. It looks down on the hoe as dirty, only pulling weeds, working in mud, digging fields, making bricks with moulds never washed, digging wells, ditches, and roots. It calls the hoe a tool for poor people and slaves that nobles avoid touching. The plough angrily says the hoe has no right to insult or compete with it. But the hoe fights back in a long speech. Its small size and strength come from the gods. In Enlil's temple, it stands ahead of the plough. For waterworks, it digs ditches, builds canals, brings river water to pastures and reed beds, clears rivers, and opens channels. When floods turn land into marshes, the hoe builds strong embankments that winds cannot break. This lets birdcatchers get eggs, fishermen catch fish, hunters trap birds, and merchants sell Sumer's goods worldwide. In farming, the hoe works first. It clears sludge from canals, removes weeds and branches, piles up roots and trunks before ploughing starts. The plough needs much help, 6 oxen, 4 handlers, totaling 11 with the plough itself. The hoe accuses the plough of skipping hard preparation. Without the hoe's clearing, the plough gets tangled in roots and thorny weeds, thistles, breaking its teeth, ploughshare. Fixing it is complicated. The farmer hires a carpenter, the workshop is busy, felt maker shears and packs wool, leather worker makes parts. The hoe criticizes the plough for working only 4 months a year, spring ploughing, and doing nothing the other 8 months. Its parts just get repaired while it sits unused. The hoe calls itself a hard-working urban commoner and loyal servant. It builds houses for its master, enlarges cattle stalls and sheepfolds, mixes mud, makes bricks, lays foundations, builds and roofs houses, strengthens old walls and widens streets. It raises strong city walls and decorates temples with coloured clay to make God's homes shine. The hoe builds homes for officials and captains, fixing weak earthen houses so they stay warm in winter by hearths, dug by the hoe. Its work feeds the poor. Everyone has food and drink. Officials pay young labourers, helping them support wives and children. The hoe helps boatmen by building stoves to heat bitumen, waterproofing boats so they earn money for their families. It plants orchards, builds mud walls, seals them, drives away dogs, digs wells, sets up water lifters, repairs nurseries, and waters seedlings, so apples grow for temple offerings and gardeners feed their families. The hoe builds canal dams, repairs roads, and sets up riverbank settlements. After field workers and young men finish their day or night, they rest in towns the hoe built. It digs reservoirs for clear water to refresh them. On dry steppe, the hoe digs wells for sweet water, reviving drinkers' strength. The hoe says facts matter more than words. A shepherd proves himself with his sheep and lambs. Finally, the hoe thanks the gods. Since the great flood when Enlil was angry, he never abandoned the hoe. Enlil sets it to work in dry soil, hangs it up in harvest season, and gives it rest through summer and winter. The hoe hangs sheaves, carries nets and baskets, and helps widows, orphans, and poor gather leftover barley ears. The hoe prays to God King Enlil for justice and protection of common people. It asks him to judge the contest and rebuke the plough's jealousy and arrogance. Plough, why did you ignore the grain? Why not replace rotten seed in your basket? Enlil answers the hoe. He tells the hoe not to be too angry or belittle others. Then he orders writing goddess Nisaba, the hoe's superior, to give the hard-working hoe high wages, record 5 shekels silver, then 10, 20, and 30 more, total 65 shekels. He praises the hoe as an obedient, tireless worker, like a good female slave who finishes all tasks. Enlil's fair decision and Nisaba's reward let the lowly hoe win the debate. The proud plough cannot reply. The poem ends, the hoe beat the plough. Praise Nisaba, who gave the hoe wise words. This poem shows that Sumerian thinkers and fair kings knew commoners were the base of the state, providing soldiers and labour. The state should care for them, give fair resources, and protect them from rich and noble oppression. A key Sumerian idea 5,000 years ago, only when common people live decently can the state grow rich and strong. Chapter 7. War, Disaster, Rebuilding and Lamentation in Sumerian City-States. People want peace, but wars never stopped, for Sumerians, Akkadians, Babylonians or Assyrians. People celebrate victory, but defeat always comes. Sumerian thinkers blamed defeat and destruction on gods abandoning their people. In laments, they said impious kings caused city gods to leave, leading to ruin. Revival came when pious kings gained divine support. Ancient Mesopotamians did not know wars were mainly for plundering slaves and resources, the way slave society solved problems. Section 1. Sumerian ideas about war and peace. Like today, war was the worst suffering for ancient Sumerians over 4,000 years ago. Royal inscriptions from Sumer to Neo-Babylonia describe many wars. Sumerian and Akkadian kings listed victories, captured or killed enemies and troop numbers. Later, Assyrian inscriptions detail cruel punishments like flaying and displaying bodies. Some modern histories call Assyrians naturally cruel, seeing conquest and cruelty as Assyrian traits. But Mesopotamians, Sumerians or Assyrians, wrote this to show gods and future generations their piety and heaven's justice. They believed punishing rebels who broke peace oaths was righteous. Every civilization has had wars and cruel enemy punishments. Blaming only Mesopotamia or Assyria is unfair and shallow. In contrast to inscriptions praising war glory, Sumerian literature has city and temple laments showing war's terrible suffering for the defeated. Laments started around mid-3rd millennium BCE and became key in Old Babylonian Sumerian literature and rituals. They describe pain for conquered people. After Sumer's defeat, law broke down, houses and pens ruined, rivers, canals, fields, orchards, pastures wasted and weedy, no peace, people and king captured, foreigners took land, profaned temples, ended rituals, blocked transport, terror, killing, famine everywhere. Studying laments shows Sumerian slave society trapped in conquest cycles and disasters. People wanted peace but faced constant war. Victory was honored, defeat inevitable. For Sumerians, Akkadians, Babylonians, Assyrians. Thinkers blamed gods' abandonment. Laments say impious kings drove away city gods, causing destruction. Pious kings brought revival with divine help. They did not see wars as plundering for slaves and resources, the core way slave society fixed issues. Even in ancient times, war caused high prices and hardship, the Sumerian work. The Curse of Agada shows that after Gutian nomads conquered and plundered Sumer, prices soared. 1 shekel of silver bought only 0.5 litre of oil, 60 times higher than normal, 0.5 litre of barley, 2,400 times higher, or 0.5 Djinn of wool, 30 times higher. Sumerians, tired of city-state wars, hoped for a ruler to unify the land, end fighting, and bring peace. Strong kings who did this were praised. Around 2300 BCE, Lugal-Zaggisi unified Sumerian cities. People slept safely in pastures like cattle. He prayed for Enlil to protect Sumer and let humanity flourish. Later, Gudea of Lagash rebuilt after Gutian conquest. When he returned God Ningirsu's statue to the temple, beasts rested peacefully together. Shulgi of Ur III said, "I destroyed no city or wall. Singers praise me deeply." The lament for the destruction of Nippur shows Ishme-Dagon of Isin rebuilding war-damaged Nippur, expressing longing for peace. What is peace and plenty? The Curse of Agadi describes life before disaster. People lived happily, homes had gold and silver, granaries were full, elders gave wise advice, youth were brave, children played joyfully, music filled cities and fields, docks had endless ships. Sumerians wanted peace so much they built a gate of peace in holy Nippur. Destroying it, as Naram Sin did, meant ending peace and starting war. In the end, Sumer was destroyed. Wars had many causes. lack of land and resources, desire for glory, power, prestige, revenge. Without peaceful contests like Greek Olympics, war was the only way to gain advantage. Section 2. The struggle for supremacy between Lagash and Umma. Temple and palace records kept track of major political, military and religious events. Sumerians may not have seen history as ongoing change, so they did not describe it in modern terms. From about 2500 BCE, southern Sumerian city-state Lagash grew strongest in politics and military. In its capital Girsu, archaeologists found king's votive and building inscriptions on stelae, mud bricks and cones, likely written by palace or temple officials. This reveals part of the period's political history. The dynasty started with Ur-Nanshe. Under his grandson Eannatum, Lagash became hegemon of Sumer. By late ruler Urukagina, Umma defeated Lagash under Lugal-Zagassi. Later, Sargon conquered Umma, and the north became Akkadian. Lagash and Umma were among the oldest Sumerian city-states, but the Nippur king list ignores Lagash's dominance, probably because its rulers rarely offered gifts at Enlil's temple in Nippur. Lagash, southeast of Nippur, had two main cities, religious center Girsu and Lagash proper. Girsu, Umma, Adab, Kish and Zabalam were key eastern Sumerian cities along the Tigris. Information about Umma and Lagash comes from excavated inscriptions. When Meselim, king of Kish, was hegemon, Lagash's ruler Lugal-Shah-Engur and Adab's ruler submitted to him. Meselim set a boundary stele between Lagash and Umma to fix the border. After Kish's power declined, circa 2500 BCE, Lagash rulers called themselves king. First, King Ur-Nanshe built greatly for Girsu's god Ningirsu, imported timber from Dilmun, Bahrain, dug canals, built walls. He defeated Ur and Umma, capturing Umma's ruler. Under his son Akurgal, Umma won border fights. Third King Eannatum beat Umma's king Enekale, set a new border, re-erected Meselim's stele, and placed his own. He sought hegemony, defeated Elamites southeast, struck Ur and Uruk southwest, crushed northern Akshak's invasion. He took the title King of Kish. Eannatum was pious, honored Ningirsu as king, built temples, improved waterworks, boosted production. He beat alliances of Kish, Akshak, Mari Semites and Elamites. His brother Eannatum faced new war from Umma's king Ur-Luma, who rejected the treaty, toppled boundary stelae and seized land. Lagash's prince Entemena charged in chariot, routed Umma's army, chased deep into their territory, leaving corpse piles. Umma's new king Il, nephew of Ur-Luma, diverted boundary canal water to Umma fields and stopped paying barley rent tax for leased land. New Lagash ruler Entemena, tired of endless war, accepted northern Akkadian arbitration. The border was reset. Umma stopped rent tax but could use canal water. The water war paused. The Lagash-Umma story comes from reading inscriptions line by line. But understanding is hard. Royal texts mix human and god actions, focusing on divine decisions for victories. We must pull out real events from religious vows and devotion texts. After that period, Sumerian states enjoyed relative peace. Umma and Lagash coexisted calmly and developed irrigation and farming. Archives from Lagash's last three rulers, found at Girsu, give much detail on its slave-based economy. A letter from Ninmar temple administrator to Ningirsu temple chief Enentazi says Lagash beat an Elamite invasion of 600 men, capturing 540 and recovering loot. Ruler was Eannatum II, but powerful administrator Enentazi soon became NC governor. This shows Sumerian rulers were not always hereditary, and the system had some republican features. His son Lugalanda left many administrative records from Gersu. Last ruler Urukagina was not an Ensi's son, but a tribal chief. He criticized his predecessor's bad rule and boasted of reforms, but records show their slave economies were similar. Urukagina changed his title to king, but failed militarily. Neighboring Umma produced strong leader Lugalzagesi. Urukagina could not resist Umma's invasion and submitted. Lugalzagesi then conquered ancient capital Uruk and became overlord of Sumerian states. He added titles King of Uruk, King of the land, and said Enlil made him unrivaled from east to west. He listed Uruk, Ur, Lhasa, Umma, Zabalam, and Holy Nippur as peaceful and prosperous under him. But a strong northern threat grew: Semitic peoples. Sargon started as cupbearer under Kish king Ur-Zababa, then led Semites to found a state at Akkad and became its king, the northern hegemon. Section 3. The lament for the destruction of Nippur and praise of rebuilding. Around 2400 BCE, Lagash's last ruler Urukagina, a tribal chief, not the previous Ensi's son, called himself king to equal other states. He criticized his predecessor's bad rule and boasted of reforms, but records show their slave economies were similar. Militarily weak, he submitted when Umma's hegemon Lugalzagesi crushed him. In this time, Lagash poets created laments, poems about endless state, city, and temple destruction. Archives detail how Lugalzagesi, a Sumerian, burned, looted, and ruined Lagash's temples. Poets recorded his acts so future generations knew, hoping gods would punish him. Around 2200 BCE, Sargon defeated Sumerian forces, captured Lugalzagesi, fought 34 battles, took 50 ensis, and built the first large cuneiform empire. Rebellions and conquest wars were common. People had no peace. Laments spread among Sumerian states. Gutian barbarians from northeast mountains invaded. Akkadian empire fell into chaos and famine. Cities destroyed. Laments became the main literature. In Sumerian Akkadian history, laments may not have been popular in Ur-III prosperity. Under Gutian rule, southern states kept some independence. People wanted freedom from foreigners. Great King Utu-Hagal of Uruk led Sumerians to expel Gutians and unify again. 5th dynasty of Uruk. Ur-Nammu, 2111 to 2094 BCE, succeeded his brother, moved capital to Ur, and founded 3rd dynasty of Ur, Neo-Sumerian period. He made Ur the strong capital of Sumer and Akkad. In this flourishing time, poets praised gods and rulers instead of mourning, like in Shulgi's hymns. But disaster grew inside. Shulgi and successors' long foreign wars drained Sumer's strength and manpower. In the Neo-Sumerian period, poets' dreams of peace lasted only about 50 years. Semitic Amorites migrated from the west, settled among Sumerians, and adopted their culture. Under Shulgi's grandson Ibbi-Sin, 2027 to 2004 BCE, the empire weakened badly. Sad laments again became the main form in religious rituals, lasting nearly 2,000 years until Mesopotamian civilization ended. In Ibbi-Sin's 22nd year, disaster struck. A flood, likely Elamite invasion and Amorite rebellions, hit the land. He fought to save Ur. By his 24th year, Elamites won victory after victory. Cities ignored the king and saved themselves. Elamites stormed Ur, captured Ibbi-Sin and royal wealth, ending the last Sumerian dynasty. Ur's destruction and Ibisin's capture caused deep pain for Sumerian poets. In cities like Ur and Nippur, court poets who once praised Shulgi now wrote famous laments, mourning Sumerians' fate and ruined cities. Each poem ended praising a wise new king who would free and revive them. In later centuries, laments changed, but became a fixed temple style in Babylonia until the Seleucid period. It fit the sad, longing feelings of displaced Mesopotamians. Its influence on neighbors like Hittites or Canaanites is unclear, no similar works found there, but Bible laments are similar in style and content. Modern Jews at Jerusalem's Wailing Wall use a lament formula starting with a line from the 4,000-year-old lament for the destruction of Sumer and Ur. From this wall, extending to the land, lamentation is spoken. The lament for the destruction of Nippur was written during the reign of Ishme-Dagan, 4th king of Isin, 1953 to 1935 BCE. In the late 2000s BCE, the strong Ur-Thra dynasty was dying. Isin governor Ishbi-Erra used the Elamite threat to Ur to start the independent Isin dynasty. Soon Ur-3 fell, and Isin became the new Sumerian dynasty. After wars, Ishbi-Erra and his heirs restored order and rebuilt ruined Sumer. By Ishme-Dagan's time, rebuilding succeeded, and religious poems appeared mourning recent war chaos while praising the wise king. This lament is a typical example. Isin kings did not seek big expansion, but saw themselves as great heirs and worked to build fame. Their praise hymns stress holy Nippur and god-king Enlil. The poem's main figure is Ishme-Dagan, Nippur's protector and God's favorite, perhaps written by him. In the rebuilding part, his name repeats. He stresses he is the divinely chosen temple rebuilder. The poem has 12 sections and 323 lines. First part, when will Nippur's former honor return? It starts with 3 repeated mourning questions, lines 1 to 11. Why is Nippur, once full of cattle and sheep sacrifices, now empty and ruined? When will it recover? Why is treasure-filled Nippur, linking heaven and earth with grand towers, now desolate? When will it recover? Singers show the sharp before and after contrast and ask heaven, why did this happen? When will Enlil's temple recover? Why is the true city empty, noble plans defiled, festivals stopped, rituals messed up? Why no wisdom or ethics in right-filled Nippur, home of growing people? Why no divine revelation or justice? Why are God's homes, offerings, seats, food, wine and honey gone? Why are protected people thrown out like criminals and scattered? How long will holy leaders ignore it? The once busy great temple is now like an empty wild house. Where are the great rulers who grew Nippur and made Sumerians happy like grazing sheep? How long will abandonment, tears, laments, heartbreak and sadness last? How long will divine anger continue? Why do former drum players now cry in pain all day? Why do people who lost wives and children shout, "Our ruined city," and flee home? Those who once praised city builders now sing complaints. Second part, the great temple city is shamed and covered in dust. It starts with 7 repeated lines. It, the city, said, lines 53 to 66, showing people's grief and confusion over lost rituals and music in Nippur, Sumer's religious center. Temples and people suffer deeply. Pure rites are ruined, holy layouts profaned, offerings stopped, sacred items become grave goods. The true temple waits in pain. Enemies break treasury seals, offerings scatter on ground, barbarians smash fine objects. People live like animals, young women, strong men and children grow thin like grain ears. Blood soaks earth like rain, tears never stop. The temple moans alone like a cow missing her calf. Harpists and singers weep and chant sad lullabies. They ask, what sin did the guiding temple and good people commit? Why were they destroyed? Why did Master Enlil angrily leave his supreme mountain house temple? Third part, Enlil abandoned Nippur. The singer describes Enlil angrily leaving Nippur to suffer. Why did he make buildings drift from roads, scare doves from windows, silence the once noisy drum temple, and leave the prayer place dead quiet? As if rites were impure and could not calm lands, he abandoned it. He let pain, gloom, and laments continue. Like an evil wind, he destroyed city and temple. He uprooted foundations, scraped with a hoe, killed wives and children inside, turned the city to ruins, blew away wealth, made the living city nothing. He confused its mind, scattered it with emptiness, took fodder and water, ended its happy days. Though the singer repeats the misfortune, no one can stop or question the master. Fourth part, Nippur's complaint to Enlil. The city speaks in first person, pleading to Enlil for the people. Only if gods accept the plea, forgive and return, can Nippur and Sumer revive. It says singers tell its painful fate, tears and hardships. People seek comfort for its scared heart. They play sad tunes amid crying. Wind and decay ruined goddesses' rooms. Enemies destroyed land. People try to heal its wounds and beg Enlil for mercy. Finally, hope. Father Enlil will order Nippur's restoration. Fifth part. The people urge Nippur to seek help from the appeased Enlil. The singer for the people gives hope to the city. Enlil has seen tears and will accept pleas. In 6 repeated commands, the singer urges weeping Nippur to keep asking Enlil, "O my lord, when will it end? Open your eyes and look at me. Why not forgive reckless acts? Release your anger at me. Forgive the evil done to you. Please return to your old home, my darkened sanctuary." The singer says Enlil will pity and comfort Nippur, lift its head high forever, and make up for past harm. Sixth part. The singer tells Nippur Enlil, who is coming home, has sent his agent, King Ishme-Dagon. The singer speaks to the city using 13 repeated lines. It is Enlil indeed, to show how Enlil freed Nippur and ordered the king to rebuild it. Enlil defeated enemies, showed mercy, decided fate, drove out laments, brought joy, sent his son Ninurta ahead, made hero Ishme-Dagon offer gifts, commanded rebuilding the great mountain house temple, restored old temple property and rights, fixed confused rituals, ordered purification of defiled bathing rites, told beloved shepherd Ishme-Dagon to sacrifice fat cattle and sheep, and made the king pray daily for the dynasty. Seventh part. The singer tells Nippur, Enlil and Ninlil and the king will change its fate. The poet sings to Nippur, "Your lord Enlil, the great mountain between heaven and earth, removed laments from your bricks, soothed your heart, and shows pity. Father Enlil foretold your restoration. Mother Ninlil interceded and blessed you. Enlil told Ishme-Dagon, 'Rebuild my temple.' He entered the ruined true temple with mercy, calmed his anger and said, 'Enough, now wipe away tears. My heart is calm toward you.' He has returned to your side. Enlil decided your good fortune and long rule. He told the king the mountain house will shine like the sun, brought light to your body and heart. Ninlil set fate for your buildings. Enlil and Ninlil placed the royal throne base in the temple, ate and drank, then ordered the king to bring people back. They fed the starving, reunited sons with mothers, and returned people to their proud homes. Great Enlil has restored Nippur's holy area. He has come back. Eighth part praises how the divine couple and gods helped Ishme-Dagan free Sumer and Akkad, centered on Nippur. The land returned to the right path. Scattered people came home. 12 famous Sumerian city-states were liberated and revived. Ninth part, miracles of happiness and prosperity. The poet uses 10 on this day lines and 8 he himself lines to describe Enlil's blessings for Nippur and Sumer Akkad. Enlil chose a lucky day. On that day he lifted Nippur's head to heaven, made the mountain house temple shine with good fortune, and let the platform glow. He himself returned to grow the lands, rebuild temples, and refill granaries. He himself made seeds sprout and life begin. He himself rebuilt animal pens, letting ewes bear lambs and goats bear kids to fill them, and animals multiply. On that day he turned destruction to good and hostility to friendship. On that day he sent helper Ishme-Dagan to bring justice. 10th part, gods restore Nippur, king revives offerings. After enemies ruined Sumer and Akkad, great gods felt pity. They rebuilt the ruined city mound. Enlil returned seized sacred items, found chilled people, restored abandoned temples, and recovered ancient jewels. He turned hunger to joyful eating. Enlil told pious king Ishme-Dagan, who served daily, to purify food and water, fix polluted rites and scattered ceremonies, and restore abandoned sacred things. He ordered daily rations, flour grinding, more bread tables, and plenty of baked foods. 11th part, 10 ideals of harmonious life. The poet lists 10 perfect dreams Enlil gives Sumerians. People get along with sons, respecting fathers, humility to elders with nobles and commoners equal. Younger brothers respect elders who stay modest and loyal. Stepsons and youngest sons agree fairly on inheritance. Strong help weak instead of enslaving them. Roads safe with evil people stopped. Free travel with personhood respected. Everyone friendly and far from crime. Evil gone with light filling Sumer. Darkness removed so all living things rejoice. 12th part. Praise of Ishme-Dagan's piety. To favour heroic Ishme-Dagan, Enlil showed mercy to Nippur. He had the king fix enemy-dirtied rites, purify profane ceremonies, make the ziggurat glitter with gold and jade, fill it with wealth, sweet wine, and honey, and create days of sweet hearts, calm bodies, and beautiful feelings. After Ishme-Dagan prayed, wept, offered butter and honey, served humbly, sacrificed, bowed, feared holy ground, returned to sacred place, and watched over Enlil's things without shirking. Enlil promised him imperial power, long life, eternal kingship, good reign, and peaceful, happy people. The king vowed to achieve all promised. The poet ends praising Enlil, Sumer's protector. After new fate was set, Sumer and Akkad's people will forever praise the lofty mountain controlling heaven and earth, Enlil, the awe-inspiring cosmic law. As saviour of Sumer and Akkad, Ishme-Dagan was celebrated in royal praise hymns like some kings before and after him. In one hymn, a god tells him, "You are my son, I am your father." He is described as born with noble virtues, strong through God-given kingship, wearing a golden crown surrounded by majesty. He is upright and just, strikes oppressors, helps the poor, defeats enemies, and brings peace and prosperity. Gods bless him with long life, long rule, and a lasting name. Of the Ur-III dynasty and earlier Sumerian age, only a small part of Sumerian literature survives. Most texts we read, found mainly at Nippur and Ur, are old Babylonian copies, circa 2000 to 1550 BCE, including Isin and Lhasa periods, made in Semitic Babylonian schools that kept the Sumerian cuneiform tradition. Teachers and students spoke Semitic Old Babylonian, not Sumerian, but studied and copied Sumerian classics. Later, Babylonians, Assyrians, and even Hittites treasured these texts, copying them until cuneiform ended in the 1st to 2nd centuries CE. Sumerian literature has many types. Its epics are famous for stories about early Uruk kings. We already saw Enmerkar and the Lord of Aratta, its companion Enmerkar and Ensuhgir-Ana, and shorter Gilgamesh and Aga. Sumerian didactic works are likely the world's earliest. We covered the farmer's instructions and teacher-pupil dialogue. Other introduced works include the magical Fish House Rhapsody, Ludingira's message to his mother praising mother-child love, the lament-like lullaby for a son of Shulgi, and the long lament for the destruction of Nippur. Debate works like Hoe and Plough and Winter and Summer, already discussed, are a major interesting type and will be mentioned again. Chapter 8. Sumerian Literature, Art and Knowledge. In the Ur Third Dynasty and earlier Sumerian era, only a small part of Sumerian language literature survives. The texts we read today, mostly from Holy Nippur and Ur, are mainly Old Babylonian copies, circa 2000 to 1500 BCE, including Isin and Lhasa periods, made in Semitic Babylonian schools that kept the Sumerian cuneiform tradition. Teachers and students spoke Semitic Old Babylonian, not Sumerian, but studied and copied Sumerian works as precious classics. Section 1. Sumerian Wisdom Literature. Sumerian wisdom literature includes maxims, fables, philosophical and humorous stories, debate tales, and similar works. They have varied forms and rich content. Satire and humor make them easy to understand yet deep, showing life's true essence and world truths. Maxims. For a long time, the West thought the Hebrew Bible had humanity's earliest maxims and proverbs, but Egyptian discoveries showed older ones. After Sumerian and Babylonian finds, the oldest recorded maxims were on clay tablets. Sumerian collections are centuries earlier than most famous Egyptian proverbs. Sumerians created and compiled the world's first maxims, widely copied in Babylonian times, many in Sumerian with Akkadian translations. Before writing, they spread orally for years. To understand a people deeply, look at their maxims and proverbs. They come from cultural background and customs, summing up experience in work and daily life. They reflect social, political, economic development and living habits of their time. Sumerian maxims cover many areas: social classes, ethics, morality, life wisdom, religion, and more. In slave society, the ruling class had full power. Commoners and slaves could not control their lives. They often blamed bad luck for troubles. One maxim mocks the poor, complaining, "I was born on an unlucky day." When fate seems against someone, another says helplessly, "If you enter water, it turns foul. If you enter an orchard, fruit starts to rot." Like other peoples, Sumerians said laziness causes poverty. Can a person get pregnant without mating, or get fat without eating? But the poor knew hardship often came from oppression and injustice. "I am a purebred horse, yet they yoke me with a mule to pull a heavy cart of reeds and straw." Harvests worried farmers. Hard work did not always pay off. How do we know early sown barley will give good harvest? How do we know late sown barley will? Many maxims show the poor's pain. One humorous but sad proverb: "A poor man is better dead than alive. If he has bread, no salt. If salt, no bread. If meat, no seasoning. If seasoning, no meat." Another describes struggling to make ends meet. The poor man spends his silver bit by bit. Usury threatened the poor. The poor borrower is full of worry. Although Sumerian poor were mostly pessimistic and compliant, one proverb shows some awareness of resistance. Not all poor households are equally compliant, meaning when officials push too hard, people rebel. One proverb notes, wealth does not always bring happiness. A man with silver or barley may be happy, but a man with nothing may sleep soundly. The rich worry about thieves, the poor have no burdens and rest easy. Many proverbs cover marriage and family. Arranged marriages made women unable to choose lovers freely. Who is sincere? Who is cold? To whom should I give my love? Poor men envied carefree bachelors. One who does not support wife and children is like an ox without a rope. When wives went to temple or rituals, husbands felt lonely and hungry. My wife went to the temple, my mother went down the river, while I sit hungry. Some regretted marriage. When happy, he married. When he thought it over, he divorced. On arranged marriage harm. The groom came joyful, the bride came sorrowful. For father-in-law and daughter-in-law conflict, a wife is a man's future, a son his shelter, a daughter his savior, a daughter-in-law his devil. Sumerians valued clothing. Everyone likes a properly dressed person. Their blood is thicker than water. Friendship lasts a day. Kinship lasts forever. On disobedient servants or dogs, the ox ploughed, but the dog ruins furrows, a dog that does not know its master. Or, the blacksmith's dog cannot overturn the anvil, yet overturns the water jar, like out of the frying pan into the fire. After avoiding the wild bull, the wild cow blocked me. They praised unity, hand in hand, a home is built, grudge upon grudge, a home is destroyed. Warning against wasteful comparison. Labor like a noble, live like a slave, labor like a slave, live like a noble. On war, weak armament means enemies stay inside the gate. But seize enemy land, they seize yours. On harsh taxes, you may have a master or king, but everyone fears the tax collector most. Two views on life and death. We will die, spend freely, or we can live long, be frugal. The Western world long thought Aesop, a Greek from the 6th century BCE, invented fables. But archaeology shows Sumer had fable literature over 1,000 years earlier. Many animal characters in Aesop's fables come from Sumerian ones. Animal fables are an important part of Sumerian wisdom literature. They are lively and not stuck in strict forms. Some are debates between animals like foxes, wolves and lions discussing social life. In nearly 300 translated maxims and fables, 64 kinds of animals appear: mammals, birds, and even insects. Dogs, dairy cattle and donkeys are mentioned most, then foxes and pigs. This shows animals close to daily life appear often, while the fox, a favorite in fables, keeps showing up in later stories. Animals in fables mirror humans, so their descriptions and satire actually criticize human weaknesses. Quotes here come from Danish scholar Bent Ulster's Proverbs of Ancient Sumer. Two fables feature dogs. In one, the dog tricks the donkey like the wolf tricks foolish Mr. Dongguo in Chinese tales. The donkey swam in the river. The dog, who could not swim, clung tight and said, "When you reach shore, you will be eaten." SP 5.42. In another, the dog acts like Aesop's fox, who calls unreachable grapes sour. The dog went to a banquet but saw only bones. He slipped away and said, "Where I go next, I will eat more than this." SP 5.116. The fox is the most vividly shown animal in Sumerian fables, an arrogant yet timid creature that boasts about its importance but is really a coward and braggart. The fox's boastful yet cowardly nature is shown fully in this fable. The fox told his wife, "Come, let's destroy Uruk with our teeth, like biting a leek. Let's trample Kulaba under our feet like old slippers." But when they were still 3.6 kilometers away, city dogs started barking. The fox panicked and said to his wife Gimetumale, "Follow me home. All the demons in the city are roaring at us." SP 2.69. We can picture the fox and wife running away in fear. The fox's cunning side appears in world fables. It tricks fierce but foolish wolves, though greed shows. 9 wolves caught 10 sheep and could not divide them fairly. A fox said, "Let me help. 9 wolves get 1 sheep each. I am 1 fox, so I take 9 sheep. That's the best way." SP 5, verse 71. Sumerian satirical foxes are somewhat like Aesop's sour grapes fox, but not much like the clever, crafty fox in later European tales. In many Sumerian fables, the lion is strong and fierce, hunting sheep, goats, and boars. Even guard dogs fear it. When the lion comes to the sheepfold, the dog acts tied with a wool rope. SP 5.56. The lion stands for power, especially kings. One fable mocks how the strong bully the weak and silence complaints. A lion caught a wild boar and tore it. The lion roared, "Your meat does not fill my teeth, but your screams deafen my ears." SP 5.57. But the weak can win with wisdom. This fable praises a small goat's clever escape. A lion seized a helpless mother goat. She said, "Let me go, I'll give you a ewe from my friends." The lion asked, "If I let you go, tell me your name." The goat replied, "Don't you know? My name is, I am smarter than you." The lion let her go. The lion went to the sheepfold and roared, "I let you go, now give me the ewe." But the goat, safe behind the fence, said, "You let me go. Are you smart? No ewe for you, and I'm staying here." SP 5.55. Sumerians often used the donkey in fables to show stubbornness, stupidity, laziness, and not knowing good from bad. Let him run like an unbridled donkey toward the city of death. SP 1.68. The donkey eats its own bedding straw. SP 2.77. They mocked loud, lazy people. "My donkey cannot run, it only brays." SP 2.75. The donkey is braying. Its master shouts, "Stop braying. We are leaving. Hurry." SP 2.76. For excuses in laziness. After shaking off its pack, the donkey said, "I forgot how I used to work." SP 5.39. Sumerians had no horses, so donkey was their draft animal. Positive side, fast runner. Words once spoken cannot be taken back. My tongue is like a donkey that ran far away. It cannot return. SP 3.114. Old age. My energy left my legs like a runaway donkey. SP 9, section A8. Self-deception. The donkey cannot smell its own stench, so it does not wash with soap. SP 2.79. One fable hints at early horse riding, circa 1700 BCE. After throwing off its rider, the horse said, "If my burden is always this man, I will die of exhaustion." SP 5.38. On mules, donkey-horse hybrid. O mule, do you know your ancestors? Do you know your mother? UET 6/2233. Sumerians loved pork most for food. Unlike later Semites who stopped raising pigs, they eat much grain and cannot be herded far. A man wanted to slaughter a fat pig. Let me take back the feed I gave it. That was his final method. He slaughtered his pig. SP9 section. A 12. SP 7.31. The butcher slaughtered a pig. The pig squealed. He said, "Your ancestors went this way. Now you too. Why squeal?" SP 8, section A2. This shows fatalistic acceptance. Monkeys entertained in halls but were treated poorly. In prosperous Eridu, the monkey in the entertainment hall sits staring longingly. SP 3.150. Sumerians may have been early animal trainers for shows. The circus monkey, toyed with and abused, reflects the injustice faced by slaves and poor commoners. Another fable expands this idea into a complaint letter from a personified trained monkey to its mother. "Say to my mother, Rusa Rusa," the monkey gentleman says, "Ur is Nana's lovely city, Eridu is Enki's prosperous city, but here I sit behind the entertainment hall door, staring longingly. May I not die from this? I taste no bread or beer. Send a messenger with your greetings, it's urgent." A satirical scribe turned the monkey maxim into this hungry monkey's letter to its mother, Rusa Rusa, meaning imitator. Sumerians called slaves one who left his mother, and freedom returning to mother. The mother symbolizes freedom. The monkey, forced to perform in wealthy seaside Eridu, represents lower class or slave entertainers. The city's riches contrast with the monkey's poverty, showing oppressed people's wish for better life and anger at injustice. Two Sumerian fables mention bears. One likely hints at yearly winter sleep. Mongooses appear often in maxims, kept as pets to kill rats, just like in modern Iraq. Cats are rare, only two maxims mention them. One links to mongoose, the other has a cow talking to a cat. In short, Sumerian animal fables cover many topics. They are short, rich in meaning, and widely loved. Dialogic debate compositions are the main way Mesopotamian literature expresses wisdom ideas. The two sides argue passionately for their views, staying deadlocked. This lively language draws readers in, making them pick sides and wait suspensefully for the winner at the end. Sumerian debate themes cover big life topics: creation, human origins, wealth and poverty, high and low status, winter and summer farming. Contestants can be people, animals, plants, objects, or seasons. Shepherd versus farmer, bird versus fish, tree versus reed, livestock versus grain, hoe versus plough, silver versus bronze, summer versus winter. The two sides oppose yet complement each other, allowing comparison. These works were written as poems, probably because early creators were illiterate singer-poets. Poetry was rhythmic and easier to memorize than prose. The start introduces the debaters and often their origins. The end names the winner, usually a god or king judges, and announces victory. Later debates added satire. In the dialogue of master and servant, the bossy, muddled master says what he wants to do. The wise servant agrees enthusiastically. Then the master changes his mind to annoy the servant, saying he does not want to do it. The servant still supports him wisely. Finally, angry at failing to stump the servant, the master threatens to kill him. The clever servant replies, "My lord's fate is to live only 3 days longer than me." The foolish master does not dare kill him. The debate work. The shepherd god Dumuzi and the farmer god Enkimdu is different from other debates. It feels more like a short play. Instead of two people arguing, 4 gods talk. The main character is shepherd god Dumuzi, who speaks long parts. The other 3, Venus goddess Inanna, her brother sun god Utu, and farmer god Enkimdu, have short lines. The story starts with Utu trying to marry his sister Inanna to Dumuzi. Inanna refuses, preferring farmer god Enkidu for his cool linen clothes over Dumuzi's wool garments. Dumuzi gets upset and argues with Inanna. He lists why his shepherd products are better. His black and white sheep beat Enkidu's wool. Fresh milk and goat milk beat beer. Sour milk beats fine beer. Curds beat special foods. Cheese beats lentils and peas. He offers even richer butter and asks why Enkidu is better. When Enkidu arrives, Dumuzi wants to debate, but Enkidu refuses. He praises animal husbandry, sees farming and herding as complementary, and offers cooperation. Let Dumuzi's sheep graze on his canal banks and stubble, drink from his canals, and fatten for sacrifices in Uruk. Dumuzi is happy, calls Enkidu friend, and invites him to the wedding. Enkidu brings wheat, beans, red wheat as gifts, plus barley, silver, and women's items for Inanna. The poem ends praising Inanna. This was the competition between shepherd and farmer for Inanna. O Virgin Inanna, your praise song is beautiful. Section 2. Hymns of Praise and Prayers. Hymns of praise and prayers are a key part of ancient Sumerian literature. They praise gods and were recited by priests at big religious festivals and rituals, sometimes by the king himself as the god's beloved son or lover inside the temple. Hymns have a strong religious tone of admiration. The earliest known Sumerian hymns date to mid-3rd millennium BCE. Many were copied and rewritten after the Ur-III dynasty. They describe world creation, the divine king's power, God's roles and relationships in temples, and how gods enslaved yet cared for humans. Hymns are grand and balanced in wording. One praising Nipper's chief god Enlil shows people's total dependence on nature and the god's will. Without Enlil, this great mountain, no cities or homes would exist, no stables or livestock, no kings or priests, rivers would stagnate, birds not nest, no rain or plain beauty, barley not grow. Besides hymns to major gods, another big type is royal hymns. The king speaks in first person, first praising himself as God's beloved agent to prove sacred kingship, then listing achievements in serving gods and building temples. Kings also claim to follow heaven by creating justice, helping poor, widows, orphans, elderly, disabled and vulnerable groups. Ur-III royal hymns praise the king's strong body and military wins, like Shulgi hymn A. After Semitic Hammurabi unified Mesopotamia, royal hymns became rarer. In the Old Babylonian period, long sacred songs appeared about God's deeds, like the Song of Agushaya, the Song of Venus Ishtar, and the Song of sun god Shamash, often over 200 lines. Unlike pure praise hymns, sacred songs show gods as human-like, with flaws. For example, the Song of Ishtar shows her changing moods and breaking divine rules. This makes sacred songs more entertaining than hymns. Since ancient times, love has been a timeless theme in art, especially literature. Love poems and songs are among the oldest genres in human writing. Eurocentric historians once thought the earliest love poems came from Greek poet Sappho, circa 630 to 570 BCE. But clay tablets show the oldest love poetry appeared in Sumer at the end of the 3rd millennium BCE, over 1,000 years earlier than Sappho. In Mesopotamian religious hymns, a special group praises love. A 30-line tablet in Istanbul's Ancient Orient Museum records an erotic duet between deified Ur-III King Shu-Suen, r. 2035 to 2027 BCE, and a priestess as goddess Inanna. This is the world's earliest poem of intense man-woman love. Love song between Inanna and Shu Suen. Shu Suen Hymn B, ETCSLC 2.4.4.2. Male. My heart's girl, my beloved, your charm is beautiful, sweet like honey. Female. My heart's lord, my beloved, your charm is beautiful, sweet like honey. Male. You captured me, I'll come to you. Girl, let's flee to the bedchamber. Female. You captured me, I'll come to you. Lord, let's flee to the bedchamber. Male. Girl, I'll do the best for you, bring precious sweetness like honey. In the bedchamber of flowing sweetness, let's share your charm. Female. Lord, I'll do the best for you, bring precious sweetness like honey. Male. Girl, you enchanted me. Female. Tell my mother, she'll let me give myself to you. Tell my father, he'll give big dowry. Male. I know marvelous depths in your love. Girl, at evening lie in our new room. Female. I know happiest depths in your heart. Lord, at evening lie in our new room. From when you loved me, my Lord and God, my Shu Suen who pleases Enlil, you showed wonderful sweet love. Caress me like wiping a vessel, anoint me like smearing a container. Title. This is Inanna's Ballable love song, Goddess of Love and Beauty, the Venus Star. A 28-line Sumerian love song comes from a Lukur priestess, sacred wife of goddess Baba of Girsu, to her husband, deified king Shu Suen. These songs are part of the sacred marriage ritual between the deified king and the goddess, played by the priestess. Sumerians believed the ruler must marry love and fertility, goddess Inanna, or her forms like Baba, to bring good crops, many animals and people growth. This was his holy duty. The priestess acted as the goddess bride. Love songs were likely sung during the Grand New Year sacred marriage ceremony with music, dance, and feast. The damaged tablet makes some lines unclear. First stanza, 8 lines, praises Shu Suen's birth, his mother Queen Abisimti and wife Queen Kubatum. Second stanza, 10 lines. The priestess says the king gives gifts, but she wants him to admire her beauty more. Third stanza seems sung by the king, praising the tavern-keeper woman's sweet beer and private parts. Fourth stanza, priestess as Baba praises Shu Suen's mighty power. Love song from Girsu priestess as Baba to Shu Suen. Female. The holy queen mother bore him, Shu Suen. Holy Abisimti bore him. My warp beam is Abisimti, you are my heddle rod, Queen Kubatum. You are perfect wool on my loom, my lord god Shu Suen. O my god, son of Shulgi, because I chant praise, the Lord gives me gifts. He gives golden pins, lapis lazuli seal, gold and silver rings. O Lord, your gifts are not enough. Look at me. O God Shu Suen, look at me. Male. My goddess is the tavern mistress. Her beer is sweet. Like her beer, her private parts are sweet. Like her words, her private parts are sweet. Her diluted beer is also sweet. Female. O God Shu Suen, my beloved, beloved of Enlil, my king, god of the land. Title. This is the Balbale love poem of goddess Baba. Prayers come in many forms. Some are separate texts, some added to other writings. Often, 1 or 2 prayer lines are attached to building inscriptions, to bless long life for the building and curse destroyers. Another form is letters to gods, where people write their wishes. In the Kassite period, prayers were carved on cylinder seals, mostly confessing sins and asking forgiveness. Sometimes names themselves are short prayers. to seek blessings or thank a god. Prayer content varies, not just petitions and confessions. Oracle sacrifice prayers are expressive. They describe the sacrificed animal's wild life or deep, silent night. They include pleas for atonement and fit into rituals. Incantation prayers are used in special rites. An exorcist priest recites them to great gods like Shamash, Marduk, and Ea, Enki. They start and end with God praise, introduce the speaker, ask for favor, forgiveness of sins, and removal of trouble. The confession parts are sincere, moving, and artistically strong. Section 3. Art and Technology. Initiated by the Sumerians, seals rolled like a wheel, cylinder seals. Around 2100 BCE, in the Grand Palace of Ur, southern Iraq, near Persian Gulf, King Ur-Nammu sat proudly. He had founded the first and last Sumerian Empire, the third dynasty of Ur, by defeating powerful Lagash and unifying Mesopotamia. A scribe knelt and reported, "Great king, the law code you ordered is finished." The king smiled with joy and pride. This was the code of Ur-Nammu, the earliest law code in human history. One day, around 2100 BCE, in the Grand Palace of Ur, King Ur-Nammu received a soft clay tablet with his new law code, the world's earliest. A scribe presented it. The king took a small cylinder from his body, about the size of a Chinese seal, with engraved patterns on the side. He rolled it gently over the wet clay. Suddenly, a beautiful, continuous picture appeared. It seemed magical, like the king could write and paint. The secret was the cylinder seal, a unique Mesopotamian invention. In Mesopotamia, seals were stamp seals or cylinder seals. They pressed marks on objects or tablets to prevent fraud and build trust in trade and laws. Cylinder seals appeared around 3200 BCE in Uruk period and soon replaced stamp seals. Why better than stamp seals? In ancient China, all seals were stamp type for bamboo or silk writing. But in clay-rich Mesopotamia, rolling a cylinder with carved patterns on wet clay created a long, unbroken scene covering large areas. It held more detailed images and writing than a single stamp. Cylinder seals were an early form of roller printing technology. In Sumerian, cylinder seal is nafor kishib, stone seal, in Akkadian, kunukum. Functions were practical and non-practical. Practical, mark ownership and notarize legal matters for trust. Non-practical, protect from evil, bring luck, serve as jewelry, and show social identity. Cylinder seals had two main practical uses: marking identity and ownership. This could be private, personal items, or official documents. By rolling the seal on clay tablets, letters, or objects, the owner showed authority over storage, transfer, or receipt. Non-practical uses included amulet power to ward off evil, disease, or bad forces. Many seals were made of beautiful semi-precious stones, brightly colored, sometimes with gold caps, perfect to wear as necklace pendants or brooches for decoration. Cylinder seals' greatest artistic and historical value comes from their carved images and inscriptions. Early seals had only pictures, no writing. By mid-3rd millennium BCE, inscriptions added the owner's name, position, and sometimes servant of such and such king. These short texts give useful historical information. Seal designs changed over time and were very diverse. In the Uruk period, circa 3500 to 3000 BCE, scenes showed harmony between humans and animals in ancient times. One example: a bearded man in crown and net skirt feeds wild grass to two sacred bulls on a hill. Reed bundles, emblem of goddess Inanna, stand on both sides, blessing the scene. By late Uruk to early dynastic period, circa 3000 to 2800 BCE, designs became simpler and geometric. Drills made clear marks, animal forms less detailed, and religious symbols less common. This brocade style had slender, repeating patterns that looked like endless fabric designs when rolled. Henry Frankfurt named it brocade style because the join scene resembled continuous brocade. It was the main style of the first stage of the early dynastic period. These scenes have no clear theme and differ a lot from earlier and later seal designs. We still do not know why they appeared in this period or what they mean. They use symmetrical geometric patterns, arcs, diamonds, grain shapes, plants, animals, and some very abstract forms. Most patterns repeat or mirror each other, like modern fabric or window decorations. A grand banquet scene, circa 2800 to 2300 BCE. Around 2600 BCE, King Messenapada of Ur's first dynasty returned to the palace after a busy day and ordered a drinking banquet. He invited the queen to join. They sat facing each other, holding cups in right hands and fans in left to shoo insects. A large wine jar stood between them on a stand. Servants poured drinks and held screens. The king smiled. "My beloved, finish this cup." The queen drank with him. Servants refilled quickly. To add joy, musicians played. A woman plucked a hand-held lyre. The king and queen drank happily before leaving. Outside, servants led 2 fine fattened bulls, perhaps tribute, gifts, or sacrifices to moon god Nanna. Drinking was common among people, not just the palace. They drank and chatted to build friendship. Sumerians made the world's first beer from barley, with low alcohol. Seal designs from the time show nobles or royals drinking from a large jar with reed straws inserted, 5 straws for shared drinking. A couple drinks facing each other. An elder sits nearby, perhaps teaching a child, marked son in cuneiform. Musicians play a bull-headed lyre. Singers and dancers perform. This may show 3 generations at a happy banquet. These scenes come from cylinder seals and a stone plaque from Ur's royal cemetery, early dynastic, first dynasty of Ur, including Queen Puabi's seal. Struggles among humans, gods and beasts, circa 2300 to 2100 BCE. From the second stage of the early dynastic period, cylinder seals often show heroes and bullmen, possibly the bull of heaven. These may represent Gilgamesh and Enkidu. Some scenes have a long-bearded, horned hero fighting a bullman. Others show a feathered-head hero battling a bull. This theme grew clearer and more realistic in the Akkadian period. In 2291 BCE, Sargon of Akkad became king. He conquered southern Sumerian city-states and areas in Syria and Iran, creating the first large cuneiform empire. Though Semitic Akkadian, his empire built on Sumerian foundations. After unification, stories of hero Gilgamesh and friend Enkidu spread widely. Many seals show them taming animals, subduing lions and bulls, and becoming great heroes. One scene, outside Uruk, near the miraculous Tree of Life, symbol of immortality, Gilgamesh, with curled hair, long beard, strong muscles, holds an angry bull by its forelegs, stopping its charge. Beside him, bull-headed Enkidu fights a roaring lion. Together, they tame the beasts and rule among people. This exciting fight comes from an Akkadian period cylinder seal. Such contest scenes of strength and combat appear in nearly every Mesopotamian period. Fighters include heroes, likely Gilgamesh, bullmen, likely Enkidu, lions, griffins, bulls, goats, antelopes, and gods. Later, scenes added human versus beast, human versus human, and god versus god fights. The artistic theme of audience, the king meeting the god, or officials meeting the king, circa 2112 to 2004 BCE. After Ur-Nammu became king of the third dynasty of Ur, he ordered governors of vassal states to visit Ur yearly to show loyalty and prevent rebellions. Ur was busy with merchants, travellers, and foreign envoys. A cylinder seal of a foreign governor shows this common Mesopotamian theme. Around 2100 BCE, Hashemer, governor of frontier city Ishkun Sin, pays homage to Ur-Nammu in the Grand Palace. The shaved-head governor is led by two horned crown goddesses. He raises one hand in respect and calls himself the king's slave. Seated, Ur-Nammu extends his hand in welcome. A crescent moon, for moon god Nanna, dynasty protector, stands before the king, who acts as Nanna's earthly agent. In the third dynasty of Ur, kings after Ur-Nammu called themselves gods. Later, Isin and Larsa kings did too. This was a special time when kingship equaled divine power. From the old Babylonian dynasty on, gods were greater than kings, who were seen as human, a view that never changed. The seal inscription, Ur-Nammu, mighty man and king of Ur, Hashemer, governor of Ishkun Sin, is your servant. Another seal shows Gudea, circa 2200 BCE, Ensi of Lagash, led by his protector god Ningirsida, to meet city god Ningirsu. Ningirsu gives Gudea a flowing water jar, symbol of life. Inscription, Gudea, Ensi of Lagash. Sumerian cylinder seals continued in Babylonian, Assyrian, and Persian empires with changes. They faded only after Greek conquest of Mesopotamia. Section 3. The lament for the destruction of Nippur and the praise of its rebuilding. The lament for the destruction of Nippur was written during the reign of Ishme-Dagon, 1953 to 1935 BCE, fourth king of the Isin dynasty. In the late 3rd millennium BCE, the strong 3rd dynasty of Ur was collapsing. Isin governor Ishbi-Era used the Elamite threat to Ur to start the independent Isin dynasty. Soon Ur fell, and Isin became the new Sumerian dynasty. After wars, Ishbi-Era and his heirs restored order and rebuilt ruined Sumer. By Ishme-Dagon's time, rebuilding succeeded, and religious poems appeared mourning recent war chaos while praising the wise current king. This lament is a typical example. Isin kings did not seek big expansion, but saw themselves as great heirs and worked for fame. Their praise hymns focus on holy Nippur and god-king Enlil. The poem's hero is Ishme-Dagon, Nippur's protector and God's favorite, perhaps written by him. In the rebuilding part, his name repeats. He stresses he is the divinely chosen temple rebuilder. The poem has 12 parts and 323 lines. Part 1. When will Nippur's former glory return? It starts with 3 repeated morning questions, lines 1 to 11. Why is Nippur, once full of sacrificial animals, now empty and ruined? When will it recover? Why is treasure-filled Nippur, linking heaven and earth with grand palaces, now desolate? When will it recover? Singers show the sharp before and after contrast and ask heaven, why did this happen? When will Enlil's temple recover? Why is the true city empty, noble plans ruined, festivals stopped, rituals messed up? Why no wisdom or ethics in right-filled Nippur, home of growing people? Why no divine revelation or justice? Why are God's homes, offerings, seats, food, wine and honey gone? Why are protected people scattered like criminals? How long will holy leaders ignore it? The once busy great temple is now a deserted ruin. Where are the great kings who grew Nippur and made Sumerians happy like grazing sheep? How long will abandonment, tears, laments, heartbreak and sadness last? How long will divine anger last? Why do former drum players now cry in pain all day? Why do people who lost wives and children shout, "Our city is destroyed," and flee home? Those who once praised city builders now sing laments. Movement. 2. The great temple city covered in dust and humiliation. It starts with 7 repeated lines. It, the city, said. Lines 53 to 66, showing people's grief and confusion over lost rituals in Nippur, Sumer's religious center. Temples and people suffer deeply, pure rites ruined, holy setups profaned, offerings stopped, sacred items buried like grave goods, the true temple waiting in pain. Enemies break treasury seals, gifts scatter, barbarians smash fine things. People live like animals. Young women, strong men, and children grow thin like grain ears. Blood soaks ground like rain. Tears never stop. The temple moans like a cow missing her calf. Harpists and singers weep and chant sad lullabies. They ask, what sin did the guiding temple and good people commit? Why were they destroyed? Why did Master Enlil angrily leave his supreme mountain temple? Movement 3. Enlil abandoned Nippur. Singers describe Enlil angrily leaving Nippur to suffer. Why drive buildings from roads, scare doves from windows, silence the once noisy drum temple, leave prayer place dead quiet? As if offerings impure and rites useless for calming lands, he abandoned it. He let pain, sadness and laments continue. Like evil wind, he destroyed city and temple. He uprooted foundations, dug with hoe, killed wives and children, turned city to rubble, blew away wealth, made living city nothing. He confused its mind, scattered emptiness, took fodder and water, ended happy days. Though singers repeat misfortune, no one stops or questions the master. Movement 4. Nippur's cry to Enlil. The city speaks in first person for the people, pleading to Enlil. Only if gods forgive, accept plea, and return can Nippur and Sumer revive. Singers tell its painful fate, tears, hardships. People comfort its scared heart, play sad tunes amid crying, weep for it. Wind ruined goddesses' rooms, enemies destroyed land. People soothe wounds and beg Enlil for mercy. Hope, Father Enlil will order Nippur's restoration. Movement 5. The people urge Nippur to seek help from the calming Enlil. The singer gives hope. Enlil saw tears and will accept pleas. In 6 commands, urges weeping Nippur to beg, "O my lord, when will it end? Open eyes and look at me. Why not forgive careless acts? Release anger at me. Forgive evil done to you. Please return to your old home, my darkened temple." The singer says, Enlil will pity, comfort Nippur, lift its head high forever, and make up for past harm. In the next part, the singer speaks to Nippur using 13 repeated lines, "It is Enlil," to show how Enlil freed the city and ordered King Ishme-Dagan to rebuild it. Enlil beat the enemies, showed mercy, set the city's fate, removed laments from buildings, brought joy, sent his son Ninurta to return first, made hero Ishme-Dagan serve the gods, commanded rebuilding the mountain house temple, restored old temple property and the ziggurat with divine throne, fixed disrupted rites and rituals, ordered cleaning of defiled bathing rites, told beloved shepherd Ishme-Dagan to sacrifice fat cattle and sheep and made the king pray daily for the dynasty. The following parts celebrate Enlil's return, Ninlil's help, the freeing and rebuilding of Sumer and Akkad, the setting of a lucky day, the return of offerings and ritual order, and finally Ishme-Dagan's devotion, plus divine promises of power, long life, and lasting fame. The poem ends praising Enlil as the awe-inspiring cosmic law. Only a small part of Sumerian literature from the Ur Third Dynasty and earlier survives. Most texts we have, mainly from Nippur and Ur, are copies from old Babylonian schools, including Isin and Lhasa. Scribes spoke Akkadian, not Sumerian, but copied Sumerian works as precious classics. Later Babylonians, Assyrians, and even Hittites kept copying them until cuneiform ended in the 1st to 2nd centuries CE.